Alright, welcome back everyone. So, I've decided we're gonna go ahead with the Iron Paralog after all. Even though it's a bit of a rushdown, I feel like we have a bit of a better terrain advantage there in terms of being able to take some extra time to prepare everyone for Chapter 19. Because we're gonna need a pretty good killing rate to get through that with the team we've got. I think we also left the supports, so we'll have to go over those. Oh, nice. I definitely enjoy when Anna just shows up on every single Risen tile. Okay. It's a useless support. It's a non-support. This is... Ooh, a Katarina's Bolt. Okay, that's a good pickup. It's not Mjolnir, but it's still pretty good. I don't think Muriel and Church helps us any. But I guess that happened. Unfortunately, Tiki has basically no support, so whenever she shows up, she's not getting much of anything out of it. Oh yes, this one. Sure, why not? Let's do it. So now then, let's see what the flowers say. Option 1, option 2, option 3.
Listen.
Cynthia, why are you plucking the petals off that poor dandelion?
Huh?
Oh, hello, father. You're just the person I wanted to see. I'm using flower fortunes to choose an entrance flourish for the next battle. But I'm still having problems deciding, so I need to know what you think. I don't know anything about flower fortunes or entrance flourishes.
Hope you're ready.
Well then, let me just lay them out, and you can decide what sounds best. First option is to ignite a huge plume of purple smoke and come racing out of it.
Really?
Oh.
Time to pay.
Option 2 is to step onto the field amidst a shower of fluttering violet petals.
What?
Okay.
This is the end, friend.
Option 3 is to suddenly burst out of a farmhouse in the middle of the battlefield. And hopefully be a same turn reinforcement.
Heya.
So what do you think, Father? What would you prefer? Well, if I had to choose, maybe the falling petals one? Wait, truly? Well, that's a surprise. I didn't think it was your style at all. But if that's what you want, I'll start collecting petals.
Huh?
Cynthia, this entrance is you're planning. It isn't for me, is it?
Yep.
Of course it is, silly. Why else would I ask your opinion? I'm surprised you chose the flowers, but I'm glad you did. It's my favorite.
Wait!
No, wait, just a moment. What have I gotten myself into? It is, and it's cute, especially cute with Crom.
Hello.
We're mother and daughter, and yet we're almost the same age. Kind of a weird feeling, huh? Still, I'm sure we can be friends. Friends, but that won't do at all. You're still my superior. In battle, you mustn't hesitate to issue me orders just like any other soldier. But you're not just like any other soldier, are you? No, we shall speak as friends you shall be as friends and you'll speak to me as an equal. Truly, you won't think me too forward? You won't be insulted?
No.
Of course not. That's a relief. See, I told myself, if there's one person I mustn't annoy, it's Mother.
Huh?
Am I really so intimidating?
Yep.
Well, in my time, you're a true legend, the most famed Pegasus Knight of all. There are so many stories of your heroic and terrible deeds. Like when you smash through the enemy lines to rescue a stricken Crom.
What?
Or did I do that?
You can do
By
it!
the time you argued with Crom and slapped him in the face. Gods above, I sound like a mad woman.
Just try me.
By the time you went into a blood frenzy and downed friend and foe alike. Downed friends? That's not heroic at all. The point is, I was raised on such stories, and they gave me strength and inspiration. I guess I'm going to need to be more selective about which historians I talk to. Hey Nate, should've went with the farmhouse, exactly. For all the gameplay advantage. I don't think I've done the... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've never done the Tiki Ramen before, so this will definitely be interesting. Well, we're starting with ellipses. That's cool.
Huh?
Sigh.
Hey.
Can I help you, Tiki? You've been staring at me a very long time. Oh, I'm sorry, Nerner. Was I bothering you?
Yeah.
I was more worried that something might be bothering you. Well, it's just that you look remarkably like someone I used to know. And not on purpose or anything. Clearly not.
Whoa.
Oh?
Yes.
Yes, specifically a man named Marth. Many ages past this was. He was wise, calm, and fair, but possessing an inner strength as resilient as steel. Marth, you mean the warrior king of legend?
Yes.
The one ends the same. I had the honor to call King Marth a friend. So perhaps you can understand why I gazed upon you with nostalgia and longing.
Whoa.
Sorry, did you say?
I'm sorry.
Still, it was rude of me to stare. I apologize.
No.
Oh, not at all. It's exciting to know that I resemble someone so storied. There's a reason it's Furious' favorite. Alright. Well, then I look forward to the cuteness.
Oh.
I think this one's, yeah, this is just the same, basically, as with Morgan Lucina, so skip over that. Okay. Hopefully we don't need to break out too much Arc Thunder. You think you broke Slay the Spire more than you thought? You're still getting potions after Sozu. But can you actually collect them? Yeah, I definitely grabbed the wrong bronze sword last time. Not that it matters that much, but... Oops, I guess. We probably don't want to use the hammer right this moment. Because the Parawog is gonna pressure us a bit, and I think we're probably gonna end up if anything, repairing it at the end of. Well, actually, probably end up repairing it at the end of the chapter of anything. We can set it up, but we also might want to just do it mid chapter 19 because the Book of Naga still got 9 uses on it. I guess alternative, we wait for the first city to get damaged again and then repair it because we might be using it against the wyverns here, or in that chapter. I'm hoping we don't, but we'll see how that goes. Also, I've decided we need to reclass Lissa. We're gonna go Falcon on her. Because there's no way Robin can actually reach 50 speed without Rowley's speed the way things are. At least while still using a brave weapon. I mean, we could technically get A swords and use Balmung, but that kind of defeats the purpose. Hello, Tassimon and Bulky Nemesis. Yeah, I'll probably rearrange the skills for Yarn, but yeah, I don't think we're gonna use him. Keep it on him just in case, but very, very unlikely. Because we're not really gonna have a slots, and if I do bring back anyone, it'll probably be Lucina, since she's already being developed a whole bunch. Trade this with Church, I guess. Either way, they're pretty crappy lances. And I'll probably pass the forge over to Church when she's done. It does carry the downside of Whistle losing a lot of risky range, but on the other hand, she's got a lot of movement, and the ability to ignore a lot of terrain, so it should make up for it. Hey, Cynthia doesn't need that because we're not going to be using her. And well, Stall's only got one skill to pass, so we're passing it. I was considering whether I wanted to. Oh wait, I don't know why I was going towards Cynthia's. Well, that Seraphim and Armor Slayer is still here. Probably pass. I was considering whether I should stock another second seal because Libra's kind of at the point where I might want to consider changing him over. And then if I do that, there's not really any second seals for anyone else. Granted, I'm not really sure. I think at this point, most people would be using Master Seals for anyone who's changing. Because it's pretty much all the pair-up supports, so we're probably fine. You've got at least 6 loops with Mob Hank and it's still active. I mean, when you've got the ability to go 6 loops so easily, I can definitely believe you wouldn't need to bother buying anything. You surprised I'm not buying the Seraph Robe? I mean, it's a pretty good deal, but I've already bought, like, at least 2 of them, so... Yeah, we're not really in a position where we're super hurting on bulk. Like, Simia, after the Seraph Robes I've given her, is at 64 hit points, so... We could push higher, but... I don't think we're in such a dire position right now. Actually, what was in that top one? Probably not stuff I'm gonna buy, but... Yeah, nothing I really want there either. In this economy, I was seeing the gas prices lately. Crom's gonna need a second job at this rate. If he keeps refraining from dipping into the royal coffers, for sure. I don't know what's with these royals who just never take funding from their country's coffers. Turn around and get lost, swine. This land belongs to the Stonewall Knights. If you need a second notice, I'll write it down on your men's corpses.
What?
Yahar! A pile of corpses should still fight you, sorry what? Because apparently this cavalier is actually a pirate. This is our territory, and no one gives orders to the Riders of Dawn. What do you make of that?
My lord.
Mercenaries from the look, rival bands squabbling over some petty matter. A common enough sight in these dark times, lord. But if it comes to bloodletting, the nearby villages will pay for it.
Right.
Then let's make sure it doesn't. Stick 'em full of holes, boys. Time to fertilize the field, soldiers. Well, diplomacy is probably out.
Ah.
Seems our best option is to end the fighting as quickly as possible. By which we mean, farm everyone. Allying ourselves with one side or the other would certainly expedite things. A band of riders or a band of knights? Time to make our choice. Actually... do we actually need... Yeah, these are generals. We probably will end up, even with like 62 attack. We'll probably need the hammer's damage bump. Even for Pan, and Church will especially need it because she's not in the best damage output position. Although Vengeance might be enough for Pan. Vengeance is something that's good against other things too, so if anything we should be using the hammer. So there's already a fair amount of counter on the guys that are not hidden. Well, I guess for the stone walls, it looks like the Red Days of Dawn didn't actually bring that much for counter. So the hood probably actually, like in this fight, if we were to actually just let them fight it out and stand back, the Stonewall Knights would probably win just for having counter. See the lion part? Kill every last one of them. Yes. Your genetic algorithm is at 433. That's crazy. I think... I think there's at least one Valkyrie that spawns down here. So chances are we want Sumia dealing with... I guess Sumia's res isn't even all that good, but... It's still higher than her defense. Although... Yeah, Crom helps her defense a little bit. Not by much. Well, I guess technically that's not true now that he's Cavalier, but still. Brings it about even. Actually, that is kind of sad. She will have to not tank too many Valkyrie. But also, the Valkyrie's presence means we definitely don't want to kill him anywhere near there. That things will go very badly for him if he's hanging around. Also, Church would do even worse. Because she doesn't have anyone boosting her speed or anything. So she'll be about as slow as Kellum, and barely more resilient. I don't think Saul's getting through 31 Dave. Yeah, even with turfing, he doesn't deal enough damage. So let's just put a junk sword on him, so... Actually, he doesn't even get open experience out of that. Put a junk lance on him, then. So if he does dual strike, he gets something. Do this so that Olivia is as far away from the riders as possible, too. Don't remember what else shows up down here. I think there's at least like 2 other enemies that spawn around here, so... Hopefully not... Well, I guess if we kill this guy, that leaves 1 to 2 enemies with counter, maybe? If they show up and have it. Enemy attack isn't super amazing, so we probably don't need to do too much with tonics. It's like, basically comes down to do we want a tonic Simia or not. Yeah, maybe we'll give her a defense tonic. It's definitely not helping against bows, but if we need to have her also fight like a paladin in addition to pulling in a Valkyrie, that'll help her survival since her res is kind of questionable. I could also make use of the ward, which I did put on there in case. I was kind of considering whether we want a second rescue on someone, but we can always replenish off of Prom. Okay, let's make sure we've got enough magic here. Tiki's gonna give us 3, so we're at 52. Yeah, that's easily enough against non-Aegis generals. Wind 45. Sure, the wind even would be almost enough. Just 6 points short. So maybe once we get further into the fight, could use a magic tonic. That might not be strictly necessary. More cell swords? Ha! Your timing is right impeccable. I'll buy your steel and see you're well compensated for the trouble.
Right.
Well, Narnar, shall we back the knights? Uh-uh.
Hey.
Yahar! Said the paladin pirate. Here's a sensible lad. Come fight with us instead. I'll pay you twice what that fool would.
Listen.
Narnar? Uh-uh.
What?
So it's neither, is it? Which means you aim to fight them both? Sure do. I should have known. Are you sure about this? There may be more of them in hiding, you know. But I'll leave the final choice to you.
Are you ready?
So be it. Shepherds, to arms. Okay, so we got the silver axe without counter, and then the spear guy has counter, but he'll attack at range, so... Although that does mean that Yarn has less room to move out, so we'll probably... We'll just have Pan go in without stall, talk to him, and attack this guy, and then have Yarn pair onto her, and then get rescued. Them both get rescued out, and then we can swap things around so stall's back on Pan, and I guess Yarn can hide behind Lissa or something. Yeah, so we want to kill that guy. These guys aren't in range, but we do have to worry about them. It is kind of funny that these guys are like, we're gonna murder you, and then they just actually team up. Instead of murdering each other, but I guess unlike Three Houses, there's not a 3 different hostile teams thing going on. Yeah, there's that Valkyrie I was thinking about. Sure, a lot of these Valkyries are pretty dangerous for Sumia, so we might have to be baiting them over the wall or something with Robin down the line. Alright, we're at 4 magic because I forgot that Tiki actually has an existent magic stat. So we deal slightly more damage with her as a pair partner. Yeah, Awakening doesn't do funky extra mechanics like that. Which I found a little bit disappointing considering that the Tellius games actually handled having extra teams, so... That was a little bit of a step backward. Oh, we can't fly over the wall. Forgot about that. For some reason, we can't fly over this wall, even though in Cynthia's Paralog, it's totally cool. But we do have to get Yaren, otherwise he's gonna suicide on Robin, so... I guess we're not dealing damage here. Actually, wait, we can pair her into Yarn instead, and still get the attack off. With the added benefit of Yarn will give her a little bit of extra strength.
You.
That scent, it smells like... Oh, you there. Yeah, what do you want?
Well,
You are a Teguel. Yeah, well, so are gods. Mother. Mother.
Whew.
Yeah, you never nearly gave me heart failure. I'd given up on ever finding you. You wouldn't believe how dangerous it is here, all these swords and brigands. Anyway, I found you, and that makes the trip back in time more than worth it.
Right.
So you came with that man-spawn Lucina, did you? Explain to me why my son consorts with common thugs. Huh? Hey, I didn't have a choice in the matter. You were nowhere to be found, and roaming around alone is a recipe for extinction. I figured I'd be safe if I took up with some strong allies, and so I... Wait, are you angry? Because you look kind of Of course I am angry! No son of mine will survive by taking the path of the coward. You're coming with me. I'm going to teach you some cool prods, starting right now. Pan seems to be unaware that real-life bunnies are typically very skittish.
Just watch.
You sure will, because you wouldn't deal any damage anyway. Do we want to take this counter? So it's 53, 36. We have 46 deep, so we take, what, 8 from him? I guess this guy could deal more if he actually hits. Which, we only have 103 of void, so... 29. I mean, it's still not really something we should bank on, maybe? Well, the Mirth swords don't do much damage. Sages... Sages do a little more damage. Although, we've got Tomebreaker, so they shouldn't hit. So, I think we're okay just face tanking the one counter.
They'll not get past.
Time to tip the scales.
Tiki doing 10 damage through general defenses. We could actually just go straight in, give this Valkyrie, and get out. These bow knights are gonna be a bit of a problem. Because, like, even the ones with unforged bows, they have 65 attack, which is 40-some damage to Sumia. Although... the Paladin does have... Luna plus and doubles kill him. Damn it. See, this is kind of the problem with Kellum here. It's like, oh, he's actually pretty decent against a bunch of this stuff, but then this guy is kind of a spoil sport. Granted, I guess he doesn't really take damage from any of the others. With his, it's 40 defense. And he'll still be a bit, but it's gonna be nothing that we can't heal back through physic. How much do we do this, Paladin? Might want to swap to silver, or I guess we can use a Gable. I'm not sure. We really want to do that against something like this. Well, I guess regardless, we're killing this Valkyrie.
As one. My turn.
Oh, thank you.
Oof. Crom continues to have strength problems. Because of course he does. And things might get a little messy over there. I'm not really sure if I do want to move Kellum up. Because he is going to have some killing power issues. Like, Sully might be able to help a bit with the Beast Killer. I guess regardless, this guy's going to end up going for Sumia. And like the thing is, the woods hindering the enemy cavalry is also going to hinder Kellum. But I guess Sumi can probably get rid of this guy, and then if we can keep the Valkyrie at arm's length, Kellum can probably just duel it out with the rest of these guys. Although I guess he'd have to be at arm's length from the Bow Knights too. Well, maybe not. I'm not entirely sure how the AI would behave if it's dealing 0 damage to him with both the sword and the bow. Could get a little weird. We'll see. Because this is a good opportunity to actually pick a bunch of them off. That's the thing. Alright, Callum, time to get to work. You, this is as close to an optimal situation as possible. Gotta do some stuff for us, man. Actually, maybe we hide Yarn behind Olivia, so if she gets into a dangerous situation, we flip over to the person who has the higher stats to tank a hit if it's necessary. It's probably safe to put Pan a little bit forward here. So we might be able to bait other stuff out. And Pan's defense looks a lot more healthy than Sumi is if she decides to bait a bow. Poor Church. It's hard to really know what to do with her. I guess she does have 30 effective defense. So baiting any of the lance enemies who don't have counter would actually be pretty feasible. It's like... drops down to 41 attack, so even if he doubles her, it's 11 twice. That's actually... it's a 5-hit KO. It's not too shabby for how little investment Church has gotten. You don't think he'll do it guarantee they both deal 0 damage? Yeah, that's the thing that I'm concerned about. But also, if I had the Javelin equipped, they would be attacking into weapon triangle disadvantage with the sword, so they might decide to go for the bow because it's more accurate? I'm not sure, though. Hey, Math Magician. Aaron's Paralog is going pretty okay. Okay, yeah, so we'll have Wissa hang back here. Probably along with... Church kind of in the middle. I can't really see me wanting to extend Church up here. Like, if anything, she'll probably move somewhere, like, over here to bait one of the lances in or something. So, yeah, maybe she'll just hang out beside Pan. Alright, that's actually a little bit higher, because hit plus 10 is after the listed hit. Either way, we have enough bulk that it shouldn't have been a problem.
I'm right here. Get ready.
Getting a lot of Tiki Dual Strikes for just being at C support. so 38 damage here. Well, okay, we take a little bit less because we're doing soul off of the first counter. So we took the full 36 instead.
They'll not get past.
Alright, we do want a dual strike on this one if we can get it, because we're attacking into Aegis.
Together.
Here's how it's done.
No, that's fine.
Quick and dirty. I like it.
Miss this.
Turnabout is fair play, apparently.
Son of a griffin.
Come on, look at me.
You're going down.
Oh, man, if only Sully could actually land the hits.
It's all right. Come on.
They might be accumulating a little. Yeah, we got a lot of Swordmasters with counter here. It's like 3 Aegis counter Swordmasters piling up. This might be another one of those situations where we unequip and just like sit here, because if we take next to no damage anyway. Hmm. Of course, we also want to get rid of this. And a guy back here. Hmm. You can see kill him now that he got his horse. Yes, evidently. Yeah, we're taking on both sides. Yeah, this is actually kind of a disgusting amount of counter Aegis. I might actually do something a little unconventional. Kill this Sage, Dance, Roman, and send him up here. Which should draw, like, all of this. And then this guy will probably head down. We rescue Olivia out. But that allows Pan to isolate and kill this guy. Yeah, because I don't really see us eliminating the rest of this counter fast enough to be able to just jump in an enemy phase everything. But if we distract these guys long enough, like, this army will easily tear apart the Riders of Dawn. And then we can turn our attention up north again. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do, just considering how much counter Aegis there is here. I don't think we can reasonably muscle through it. Yeah, they throw a lot at you, but it's a lot of experience too, so it's hard to resist, you know?
We can do this.
Really, if we didn't have a wall of Aegis counter coming our way, it wouldn't really be that bad, but we need to do some shenanigans to get around that. Oh good, our skill is capped as a skill bane avatar. That totally makes sense, you know, instead of getting more magic or anything like that.
On my mark. Face me.
I'll get the next one.
Oh, that's funny, it's got a lot of reach. His Kelm's got a lot of movement too. It's so like a frustrating thing about some of the woods design with Awakening's maps is like sometimes it's just hard to tell what is woods and what isn't. It's like, oh, there's just a ton of plain that cuts through this woods. How convenient. I think I'm gonna have to rescue Olivia up here, though. Like from... Yeah, from here? Should place her, like, here or here? Well, actually, I guess from here we'll place her here. Which kind of puts her out of reach of helping the rest of the group. But these are kind of converging quickly. And she's not gonna survive that. It's not Pan, that's Church. Okay, so we can bait this guy out with Pan and be fine. This probably means that Lieber wants to be like right here or something too. Because we want him to be able to get out of range if we need it. But also be close enough to actually assist all my units on the right. Yeah, so no matter what this paladin does, well, I guess this is a shorter path now, so it's 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he would in theory reach kill him. But he does 0. For the most part, Kelm's damaging himself with counter. And otherwise taking scratch damage. It's a shame Sully is having issues hitting. But, I mean, I guess she only has 99 hits, so... She barely deals damage with the killer lance, so... It's her most accurate weapon if we don't account for the fact that she'd be at weapon triangle disadvantage a lot of the time with the Seething Sword. Yeah, it's probably... Yeah, I think I'd... As much as I like the Beast Killer damage, I think I'd rather she hit for experience. But man, that's kinda shitty. Oh well, that's how it goes. So I guess we could safely jump in the woods here and probably be okay, because like, even if one of these rams into him at short range, it's like, it's not like Kellum is gonna kill any of them, so he'll take about 18 counter damage. Maybe a little more, I guess. It'd be 20 something against mid 20s against the Bonites. It's surprisingly actually not that much to worry about, oddly. But we can't back up forever either, so Sumi is gonna have to do a lot of dissecting. "50% plus magic is Dark Knight, where we should get more skill," obviously. So yeah, I think we fall back here. Yeah, this Valkyrie is pretty far away from reaching us. Which is good. There are a lot of Valkyrie here. Actually, how bad is this for Sumia? 68. So about the same as getting hit by a bow. Wow, yeah, these bone arts are gonna actually start to really accumulate around Kellum. Might be amusing.
Need a hand? Me.
Nice, there's some strength. I think she went 3 levels without getting strength before this.
I'll protect you.
I should probably turn off animations with Robin, because this is gonna happen every turn.
Get ready.
Nice Astra!
I'm right here. We can do this. Come. Are you all right?
Let's end this. Looking for me? Over there.
Kellum has no chance of killing himself with crits, because he doesn't have enough damage for that, or enough skill for that.
My turn.
Oh, really now? Kellum whiffed that, but Sully hit that despite
Let's end this.
what would have been a pretty low chance.
You alright?
That sage came down. That's maybe a problem. These Walker are kind of getting stuck. So Sumiya's gonna have a bit of a time getting over to them. For better or for worse. That's a lot of damage. Also, this counts as the sea, even though it kind of looks like it should be shore. Or like a plane. So we can bait this guy off with Sumiya. This miracle definitely makes us a little unsafe. It's not terribly happy about that. Sea and shore is terrible in chapter 15 too, yep. Yeah, this map just kind of combines the weirdness with the shores in chapter 15 and the woods from chapter 1. Let's see, 18. Get the short spear, that's 3 more damage. So 18 plus 28. It's not enough. +21 plus 28, still not enough. So I guess either way. Me Crom busts out. Killing Edge if we still got one. Guess we'll stick with the Mistletoe. The increased skill gives Chrome a little bit of a higher chance to dual strike and to hit, so... And technically survives too if we need to finish him off.
I've got your back. We're not done yet.
Okay, no miracle. I think we're gonna just move Trisha here. I don't think she's gonna be able to help much. She takes less damage attacking directly into the silver bow. Excuse me. So now the question is if I want to... Oh, I should also change this option while I'm still thinking about it. I think pulling this sage is a good idea, because we do possibly need room here. Seven. 10 would be just out of range. With magic instead of the javelin, it could be okay. Because it actually injured him quite a bit, but we need to make sure we heal Sumia. And then she would be kind of out of range of the Valkyrie. That's the thing. And Kelm's definitely gonna need help with that, because these things will murderize him. Well, I guess except for the Arcwind with no forge would actually... Well, it would come really close to killing him, so any additional damage, like from counter, would definitely kill him. Yeah, we probably need to do it because we'll need room for Libra. In order to get him over here. Is well, I guess you can hide on Melissa if need be. Alright. Then we're down a rescue Sapphire, which is kind of bad. So if Sumi is here. Yeah, it's not gonna give her amazing reach. Actually, Weaver's not gonna be able to help either way, because both of these sages would have to die. Sumi's Gale Force is a little too in demand. We want her to do too many different things. Three, four, five, six. This Valkyrie... I think this Valkyrie here needs to die. Because otherwise, I think she can reach Kelm. So I guess we leave that Sage alone for now. Hmm. This definitely messes things up a bit. Okay, so... I think we're actually gonna rally move. Pan here, does that... Yeah, it's gonna be cutting it a bit close, but I think that's what we have to do in order to start clearing Valkyrie out so that Kelm can keep everyone else's attention. Almost. Try it stall. Damn, Catharsis isn't even a full heal. So I guess we go here. We're gonna take several counter attacks if we do, but although that also seems we hit. But yeah, we could take a lot of damage from that. Damn, is this Arcwind might still reach 3, 4. Yeah, so we'd have to go here with Kelm actually. It's more ground than I'd like to give up. Although I guess it does place the Arcwind closer to Sumia, which might be helpful. So we might have to have Sumia just like kill both these Valkyrie. Oh, actually, I don't know if we can because both of them have advantage. Yeah, because this plane here throws a wrench. Instead, if it was a woods, it would slow the Valkyrie down a lot more, but it is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have to be like right here. Definitely a bit of a problem. This is one of those things too, where if Kellum and Sully were a little more competent at killing, then it would become less of a problem. But it's what we got to work with, I guess. Nice.
Thank you.
That's actually kind of big, Sully getting rid of one of them.
Watch it. Son of a griffin. You all right?
It's my big moment.
Nice.
You can do this. Watch it. Looking for me? You all right?
We might be slightly cornered. Too many of the enemies coming over the top. Actually, we might be able to do something incredibly stupid. As long as we can... Well, they might shift the Valkyrie or other units out of the way if the Valkyries can get a kill and kill them, but... We might be able to just troll them from the water. And otherwise body block. And we're almost better off leaving Olivia in front because her speed makes it so nothing doubles her. Problem is she only has 45 bulk. So some of this stuff would actually... No, actually, the silver bow, even the forged silver bows wouldn't be enough, surprisingly. Yeah, I think we've got to move here, but it's gonna be really stupid. And potentially the AI might still be smart enough to realize that I can get a kill. Granted, we might be able to hold out with Kelm if we have less of ward staff him. Yeah, this is gonna turn into something very odd, but we might be able to survive this. In order to do that, we have to make sure that we got melee accumulating in front of us. And we also need to... Actually, we might have the problem with these Valkyrie can attack over the wall, so then... It's a threat to... Like, Kelm can get double attack there, so it might not actually work as well as I like. We can maybe delay for one more turn here. We could also potentially just flat bait this Sage out with Pan as we retreat. That's something I think we might do. So we need to kill this Valkyrie with Sumia and retreat. But she's gonna need to get rescued out because she can't move far enough to fully retreat. But we also have to rescue Libra, so then we're using Olivia. So we'll have to pass Pan off and give Libra to Olivia. I think a lot of this is going to hinge on being able to kill the Valkyries. Because then that creates an opening where Kelm's pretty close to invincible standing here. But there's still 3 more targets after we kill this Arcwind. Actually, do we have enough damage? Or enough bulk? Oh, I guess this Arcwind actually doesn't do that much to Sumia. Surprisingly. When your Arcwind is unforged. Sure, what is the reach on this Valkyrie then? Kinda far. She can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. So she can hit here or here, which means Calum needs to go into these woods. It's not great, because then he can get attacked by multiple melee enemies. Which may mean he gets attacked by 2 counter enemies. So that's... I guess I could unequip him. Actually, if we're gonna rescue Sumiya out anyway, do we maybe nuke this counter guy down, or maybe this guy? I guess either way, it's not that helpful. Maybe we nuke the Bonite? Although alternatively we retreat and heal ourselves, which sets us up for the next turn. I really would like to nuke both of these, but we don't have the durability to take a Forged Excalibur and an Arcwind. It's just not happening when there's Vantage involved. Even without Vantage, it'd be a pretty risky prospect. I don't think we'd want to do that. Okay, I guess regardless, this Valkyrie needs to die.
On my mark. Face me.
This Bone actually also has... Alright, I think we have to unequip, because otherwise, if we deal counter damage to ourselves, this Bone Knight's gonna kill him on top of that. We actually don't have enough reach on Melissa. So I guess we... Yeah, I guess we retreat and heal for now. Probably best, because, like, killing either of these guys isn't really going to be helpful, and then Melissa would have to be here for the rescue. Which, I mean, I guess she can rescue Weaver first, and then do Sumi after, so she technically would have the range. Well, let's see. I guess I don't think we can actually kill this guy safely anyway. Yeah, it wouldn't be safe, so... Yeah, I guess we're just healing. Of course we're getting strength. Yeah, it kind of feels bad, man. I guess the plus side is these guys are all gonna jam up pretty hard.
No worries. Try me on for size. Let me out.
Nice. Alright, got rid of that guy.
Over there. Watch it. Quick and dirty. I like it. You all right? Go, go! Get it together.
Ooh, Calvin's gonna have 1 health left after. Okay, I guess that Bonai went for Robin instead. Interesting. Hmm. Actually, kind of a problem because Sumia can't quite reach. Well, Pan can, but then we can't. We'd be attacking into Luna plus Bow, which is not great. Or if we could get... If we remove this guy, we'd be attacking in a counter, which is also not good. Because we took damage. Plus, we need to rescue Kelm this turn anyway, so we need to have at least one rescue used for him. But if we leave it... Olivia ends up dying. It's the problem. She wouldn't have the bulk if she got attacked by this guy. He will go for her because she is squishier. Also, Kelm's gonna totally get targeted by both. Even if we were able to body block it, I think we might be a little overrun here. Would be nice if these two factions would like fight each other like they wanted to. Yeah, it would certainly make more sense. It's too bad Sumia couldn't get affected by someone with Rally Move. Like, if Church had it, that would work, but she doesn't. Maybe I should have loaded up on weapons. Like, had carry, or a Tiki carry a bunch of low might, or low durability tomes. So I could have killed some of these targets and broken the tomes in the process. So that we wouldn't get, have counter issues. Yeah, I think we're just a turn off of being able to set this up, unfortunately. Because this Sage just straight completely murders Killam. Yeah, so I think we might actually have to... Like, if we're doing last ditch whatever is here... actually... It's not gonna work either. Well, I guess technically I could, but I don't think... Because I was gonna body block with Pan and kill him here, but... That's actually gonna put... Kill him in range of 2 Valkyrie. Or we have Pan in range of multiple archers. And or Valkyrie. Which I don't think is gonna turn out too well. But it's probably our best chance overall of survival. So I guess we're going for it? Someone's almost assuredly dead here.
Are you ready? Have another.
That was close.
I'm the biggest threat, so they team up against me. I mean, they seem like the kind of guys who would definitely decide there's no way in hell they team up with their greatest rivals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting each other in the middle of this town in the first place.
There's one. Face me.
Well, there's a miracle proc that I was worried about, but fortunately Crom handled that. So actually, I wonder if... Let's see, how fast is Libra? That's not great. But he does have more bulk. So we probably swapped a Libra there. And with the Yarniz's pair up, he actually ends up with 30 or 27 speed, which is just enough for the Valkyrie to not double him. And then keeps Kellum back. So what will probably happen then is the Bow Knight will target Libra, and then the Valkyrie comes in and attacks Kellum. And that buys us another turn, assuming the AI actually works as I believe it's going to. Which still isn't going to be great. We're going to have... a bunch of Valkyries piled up behind us. We're going to have to somehow out-heal all of this. So I guess technically it's not the perfect chance, but I guess there is a chance. Maybe. Wait, if we do swap to Libra, is he gonna have enough reach? Okay, it's enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even Lissa could reach it unboosted. Actually, what does we give her bonuses? So she gets more speed, no defense bonus, 1 res bonus? I guess the rest is basically irrelevant. Yeah, either way, I guess both get block. 5 block. Alright, well, we have to rescue Atsumiya. Yeah, basically we're just shifting the defense over to luck, or to res, and then I guess there's 2 more speed if Olivia's the one behind Libra. Actually, it would probably be better for Libra to have Olivia anyway, because Olivia's got a C support with him. So he'll have slightly more durability, technically speaking. Well, I guess time to find out if this is a fool's errand or not. Because this guy may also just go into melee against kill him, and then kill him will get focus fired by the Valkyrie and the Bow Knight, and then he's dead. Let's find out. Death or glory? But first, a whole bunch of people attacking.
I'm right here.
Alright,
Watch
this
it.
guy's gonna body block. Robin's gonna get hit a bunch of times for one.
Go, go.
I'm pretty sure the Valkyrie kills now.
Quick and dirty.
Yeah.
I like it.
They saw me.
Well, kill him tried. That Tomahawk body block was pretty big, but that Swordmaster did too much damage to him. They're not teaming up, they're both independently fighting me. Yeah, sure. Wow, this setup is so much worse too for these guys. With the Luna Plus, it's much more dangerous for killing. Outrageous. Then Hawkeye. Yeah, it's a much worse setup. Kelm's definitely not going to be able to hold the line here. We may have to just fold everyone over here in an attempt to attract them through this square and maybe shift Robin over and then have Sumia try to take care of the stuff over here. Depending on what spawns here, maybe we can actually just like jump in and attack this guy. No, we're not picking a side. We can't afford to give up the experience. I guess we take the Dying Blaze. Actually, you know what? I might have pan nuke this guy. Or wait, we can't because Yaren's not gonna be able to reach. Well, I guess we could, in theory, do that with Olivia and rescue both Olivia and Pan back. It'd be feasible. It'd create a hole in the enemy here. And then we can deal with this stuff afterward. So as long as we create enough space here. But the riders are definitely going to be more of a problem. A lot of them don't have counters, so if we can get them to go through the middle of town, Robin can handle them. But it's also a matter of not having too many of these enemies here to pose a problem. But if we can create space here so that Sumi and Pan can operate, then Robin can go over here. It's just a question of will they be able to. I was supposed to say I did pick a side to kill both of them. I mean, sure.
Are you ready?
Ugh, of course, this Valkyria is, well, less attractive a target for Sumia. Probably have to bait it. It's a lot less counter-ages here, though. So it's actually arguably a better setup. Yeah, actually not that much counter on the rider side again. Just like all accumulated up here, which will probably be a bit of a problem later. I actually should have had Robin attack first because we might have been able to get a Anathema crit listed there.
Time to tip the scales.
$29 could actually deal damage if he hits. Just leave him there like that as an insurance policy. Nice. Even though Pan is much more likely to have both hits than him to contribute. Okay, that should make things a bit more manageable. Wonder if I should bait this Valkyrie, because like she's gonna have Pevis, so is it really worth attacking into her? Especially when I could position Sumia to take out one of these armor knights. Or at least I guess attempt to. She technically doesn't one round. Still, probably a better use of resources to attempt that.
I'm right here.
You're finished. Here's how it's done.
I believe in you. Are you all right?
That's it.
I'm right here. We can do this.
There.
Come.
Checkmate.
Crit Soul, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, this divides the enemy a little bit more. Yeah, they're all coming. Since I gathered here, I guess they're all deciding to come up through here for the most part. Well, this Valkyrie having Pavis makes her difficult to deal with. I think we probably want Sumia to remove one of the Swordmasters. So like blast this general and then finish off the Swordmaster. Kill this guy with Robin, which sets us up to kill most of these intruders here. So the question is, do we do enough damage? Yeah, I guess that's fine.
Stay focused.
Alright, well, it's enough damage that he's no longer a threat with counter anymore. That's the important part.
It's all right. Come on. We're not done yet.
Well, Chrome did what he could. Hey, there's some strength. It's tempting to use the wind here, but I think we need the killing power of the arc fire to make sure that we finish stuff off.
Here's how it's done.
I guess the question is there any chance we isolate this paladin down here? Although we do have a free rescue, so... Well, actually, it looks like the Valkyrie who isolates herself. What? That's a little weird. I guess we could still bait her. We could also just nuke the paladin down and have Sumi a little bit further forward. Hey, who can turn? Oh, it's this paladin. This spear. Interesting. Which actually also means that you can reach where Weaver is, so we probably don't actually want... Okay, Kelm can safely go here or here. Because, like, the Swordmaster, if he has pass, will just ram into him and not have a good day, that's for sure. So we can do that to free up a spot. Could actually use Pan to bait this guy out, which might be good because otherwise they'll probably attack into Robin and we won't kill him through the Aegis. Yeah, so I guess we do that. Bait with Pan. He's gonna be attacking from the forest, so not a fan of that. Yeah, this is definitely looking slightly precarious. But once the center of town clears out, it should be easier for us to deal with. Just one flank. Well, actually, I guess we're not even clearing the center of town. It's the south that's clearing out because all the enemies wanted to go through the middle.
You're safe with me.
Checkmate.
There's some magic.
We can do this.
You're finished.
Yeah, first attempt ended with us getting pushed into a corner and Kellum got killed. This team is really not suited for this map. Like, having 3 flyers is really bad against this many
Checkmate.
bow knights.
Here's how it's done.
And we can sort of bait their anti-air if we can isolate them, but
You're safe with me.
that's not always possible.
Tip the scales.
Because like Sumia can eat a wind tome and survive, Pan can eat a bow and survive.
Let's end this.
But they're generally not going to be able to take much more after tanking one of them.
Save some for me.
Wow, that Swordmaster got destroyed by Kellum.
Together.
Here's how it's done.
That's it. It's kind of the thing is that if Kellum does get to fight stuff that doesn't have counter or win a plus, that's physical, like he actually does a decent job of dueling them, but his damage output is god awful. Unless he procs Luna like that.
Get ready.
Time to tip the scales.
But even then, like Pan, Sumia, Rowan, all 1-round stuff. Kellum is unfortunately, like, as demonstrated by that last attempt, he's 3-hit KO on a lot of stuff, which is not good.
After you.
Here's how it's done. Time to tip the scales. Thanks.
Although, if we did have a chance to not have him baiting Valkyries with the boat knights, he'd actually be really good at it.
Get ready.
Because the bows are generally not strong enough to really threaten him.
Let me help.
Guess. Yeah, this guy didn't want to mess with Pan.
Got you now. They'll not get past. Let me help.
Time to tip the scales. There. Stay with us. My turn.
Oh, Crom. What are we gonna do with you? Sumi, of course, also doesn't have the easiest time one-rounding, but at least she has a chance of one-rounding without a crit. Oof. 81 hit rate, huh? This does offer a way for us to get rid of all the Valkyrie over there, but this is not really the greatest situation. Yeah, there's still a lot of counter that's actually approaching us. Keeping Olivia safe might be tough here. So if we wanted to go this route, we're at minimum killing these 4. Which, I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's the most reasonable. Mostly because the amount of Pavis and stuff. Damn, the gay bog's not enough. It's a Pavis. That's really annoying. I don't really have safe spot for Olivia. Well, I guess if we are able to go here. But Weaver can't reach far enough. Actually, is Weaver fast? 27. Yeah, he's fast enough that he doesn't get doubled by this Bone, so it's probably fine to rescue here. Or from here. Which then becomes a question of, can we do enough damage? The rest of this? Also, we need to somehow break through this Valkyrie. Which means, I guess we might have to use the Book of Naga. Actually, is the Book of Naga going to be enough Arc Thunder is 10. Guess we could use also the Cattery as Bolt. No, that's not that much stronger. So we'd be at 43. So it's... Yeah, it's 15, no, yeah, 15 twice. It's enough. Kind of annoying we have to do that, but... I mean, we also get to use Forsetti. But either way, it doesn't... It's the same difference. We'd probably want to do Bukanagi because we'd take less damage as well. Actually, how would 43 do against him too? 25. Man, so Chrome would still need to help here. Well, actually, what we could do is we rescue Robin down. Kill this Bonate and pull all their ranged over the wall here. You know what? Olivia actually lives getting shot by by this first Bonate. She's cut just enough bulk where she'll have 4 health left, so that means we can also attack here with Pan. Man, that's so much bulk. We'll have to rescue Robin and Pan, I guess. Wait, this Valkyrie can reach down here if we... Yeah, we're body blocking right now. That's part of the problem. Hmm. So that might not actually work that well. Probably want to actually focus our efforts in the middle here then. There's so much counter. Feels like we should instead try to push through here, but I don't think we have the killing power without compromising something else. These generals are a huge problem. Yeah, this almost actually kind of covers the entire board. If we're here, I don't know if we can actually get completely out of range. We can sort of do it like what we were doing before. Okay, so we might actually want to kill this one with Sumia. Because that frees Kellum up to come over here. And then we can rescue Weaver out, and everyone else can retreat to set the stuff up. It's probably better for us to do it that way. And then I guess we might have to go hang out here to accumulate enemies. Robin. It's gonna be awfully close to our hiding spot there, so we might even want to be like way out here. It's probably about the best we can do is here. We'd be giving up a little bit of a void, but I think we'd be able to at least tank it out a bit. Because then we keep most of the Valkyries busy, which makes it so that Kellum can wall the rest of the enemies. Only thing is that this Hawkeye Win a Plus guy might be sitting on us the entire time, which is not going to be great. Yeah, I think that's about as good a plan as we're gonna get here. We're gonna just finish this guy off, so what does Chrome care what he's got equipped?
Stay focused.
Weaver didn't get an extra magic this time. So we could go after this general here and then rescue Sumia out. Um, I guess since we're just gonna be waiting it out, I kind of want to... Well, we can't get this guy. He's gonna be too far away for us to rescue Sumia away, so... Almost rather get rid of the sword guy. Because this spear guy's gonna come for Libra. Almost assuredly. So I'll pull him out of position. So we just want to keep the other enemies from piling too much wind of fuss onto Robin. So I think it's our best choice to take this guy out, and then this guy gets pulled in onto Libra.
As one.
Here goes! Victory!
Ah. That V's killer hit rate's killing us. Not literally, but it's still not great. Yep, so I should have turned off animations, then we're gonna be watching this a bunch.
After you. Are you alright?
Or at least the animations for Robin.
I'll protect you. There.
Okay, we've actually got a pretty good setup here. Because now that Luna plus Hawkeye guy is body blocked out. So now it's a question of Sumiya being able to slowly peel stuff. Same with Pan.
My foot, good luck.
Together. Get ready.
Yeah, just a bunch of stuff with 0 damage or 0 hit attacking Robin. I guess there is that win of plus, so we might take damage every now and again from that one Bow Knight, because it's basically a coin flip.
You're safe with me. There. We can do this. Are you alright?
Two will guard the 1 damage. Sure, why not? Okay, we should in theory be able to kill these guys off. So I'll probably still use the Book of Naga on the Valkyrie. Maybe even this Paladin to try to make sure that he dies. I might pull out the Katarina's Bolt instead. Shit, Katarina's Bolt is just enough here. Okay.
I've got you. Face me.
Of course we crit on the second attack. Because, like, Book of Naga is not... Yeah, it's not one-shotting this guy, so I think having the double 37% crit chance is a better bet.
It's alright.
Yeah, there it is. Which means
That was amazing.
Pan can safely kill this spear guy without exposing kill him to a double Luna plus attack.
Come on. And one for me.
Definitely an uncomfortable amount of rescue involved here so far. I'm not even sure what Church is gonna be able to do. Okay, well, I guess let's see where the enemy moves. Because these bow knights have to go somewhere, and that's potentially gonna make things incredibly irritating. Because, like, they can't attack Robin, but they're probably gonna slide across here. Or maybe they'll just continue spamming rally skill, I don't know. Eventually, I guess Gyral's gonna come down, probably try to fight Kellum. Which, Kellum's actually probably not gonna do terribly good against him. Yeah, Kellum's gonna do like 2 damage and take a bunch back. That's not gonna go well at all. Oh, here he comes. The bosses are on the move. Okay, so the Bow Knights stay on that side, which helps, I guess. Because we can try to pull this Valkyrie off with Sumia, and we should be able to. Oh, Ray, Libra has Renewal. Forgot about that. So he's gonna need like an Armor Slayer to do anything at all here. Wait. What is Sully's... The Armor Slayer will be about the same as the Soothing Sword, which would be... like 22 attack, which becomes 36, so she's not even dealing damage anyway. That's a little rough. So I guess we'll just help her get sword rank by... I guess we put the bronze sword on her with Kellum. Yeah, I think that's about all we can do. That's annoying. Because it'd be a great way for her to get experience if she could actually dual strike and do damage, but she can't. Or it'd be... Well, actually, no, it'd be 36, which is... technically enough. I won. Probably not the greatest use of Armor Slayer in terms of actual damage output, but take what we can get, I suppose. I probably should have actually grabbed a second seal for Libra here, too. Well, I guess we've got some time. We'll wait on healing with Robin.
Are you ready? My turn.
Really tells you how the different guys don't attack each other. Yeah, we've been mentioning that all night. Okay, now this guy came out here. Oof, that's 77? Japan can tank out, but ouch. I'm not carrying a wrong digit here, am I? So that's 34, yeah, 77. Definitely not a fan of this. Especially since this is Jorka's Pavis. There we go, 2 extra strength on kill him, so he'll deal slightly more than 1 damage. You'll never breach the impenetrable forces of the Stonewall Knights.
Over there. Looking for me?
You can do it. Watch out.
Well, no dual strikes, but good dual guard, I guess.
On my mark.
I want to convoy, it's like trading, and it's like, whoa, I'm not scrolling through things like I thought I was. Or the right... I'm not scrolling through the right menu. Okay, so now... There's 2 Bonites accumulated here, which is not great for us. I guess because they're the forest limits their approach, or their ability to approach. Sumia can come in and just like gank one. Could probably figure something else out with Church too. It's It's a little iffy. Especially since we already used Sumia's turn, so moving her towards that is gonna take a bit of time. Guess we'll test the waters a bit by doing this. Because we may actually end up causing the enemies to break off, the ones that can't target Robin. It shouldn't, but... Or I guess let's break off and like shift so that they're down here or over here and whatnot. So let's see what happens, I suppose. We also don't have infinite healing in terms of items, but we can throw physics at Robin if we need to. Yeah, I think that's all we can do for now. Poor Church doesn't get to do anything. At least not yet. Yes, Pavis proc. We may end up breaking a bunch of their weapons at this rate. Not really even intentionally, but we're getting a fair amount of dual guards.
Let's end this. Pathetic.
Yay, Sully did damage. And we keep getting more dual guards. Man, at this rate, Garrel's gonna break his, and then we can just kind of ignore him. And pretty soon we'll hit 20 and we can reclass Libra. Hello, Muhiro. Yes, we got the bonus box gay bog. Oops, I guess missed what you said there, Ken. You didn't think my team could actually do Tiki's Farewell. I mean, to be fair, it was super uphill battle for them. Like, and I especially prepared what I could for alternative stuff. I knew it was gonna be hard, but it was definitely pretty difficult. And yeah, if you refuse to side with both, then it gives you the option to fight both, which is what we're doing. And the closest thing to three factions against each other was Teleus stuff. But that was more, I guess, of a 2-on-1, because you had the yellow team that was more of a auto battle subordinate to the player. But like the tech was definitely there. But they just they didn't do any three-way battles there, but there was definitely the tech to have the three teams. But it probably would have been a huge mess to try to apply the standard AI script to a three-way battle. Granted, that three houses doesn't exactly do a lot to change that script, so then of course we end up with both houses teaming up on the player anyway most of the time. We healed Robin, right? Actually, we didn't even take damage as Robin.
I'm right here. Looking for me?
Oof. Sully, gain some strength. Please.
You can do this. Pathetic.
Hey, Sully will be doing an additional damage. Amazing. Let's see, 47. It's actually exactly a kill on that guy. I'll take it. Okay, Roman didn't take any damage, so... Ooh, where's the other shiny tail? All the way up here. Nice. Actually, I think that's just in time too, because I think that was our 5th combat, so that's gonna cut off gaining any additional weapon experience for Sully.
Get it together.
Yeah, 1 damage Armor Slayer. Clearly the Armor Slayer of the gods. There's the magic.
Are you ready? Another.
And Kelm's gonna get to level 10, at least. For all the good it really does him. Because he's starting to slow down in levels, and his defense isn't really keeping up as much. And constantly getting doubled is gonna become a problem. Especially when the game goes a bit more axe heavy again for a while. So you get to pick apart this clump by one. Not quite. We're gonna try to get rid of as many of the ranged units as possible, and then we can try to pull stuff off with like Church or Pan or stuff. It's gonna be a bit difficult just because of the amount of counter here. Also, these Bonites are kind of hiding behind each other, so I'm not 100% sure what we're gonna do otherwise. I guess at least this Valkyrie is an easy kill. This one is definitely not. Yeah, there's just so much counter that it makes it hard to approach the rest of this blob. He didn't take damage, right? Alright.
Son of a griffin.
We have 6 more turns before Kelm starts gaining experience. Alright, we'll just skip over the rest of this enemy phase. And manually check for damage, which we didn't take. Cool. Little less bulky, but still. Actually, I should just leave Church here to provide extra support rank to kill him.
I've got your back. We're not done yet.
Voluntarily attacking the counter. Man, Chroma's not landing hits here. So we use the more accurate things, since Sumiya is generally doing okay for herself for hit or for damage at this point. At least against these squishy enemies. We definitely want Chrome to use the Beast Killer against the Paladins. Actually, we could just pull this one off too, I think. Yeah, this Valkyrie is vulnerable to just getting pulled off, although probably just directly target her anyway.
Get it together.
Oh, Luna! Look out.
Looking for me?
The 19 damage javelin throw. Actually, if we keep that up, Kellen might just kill him with javelin Luna procs. You think Trish will also fall behind? I mean, she's kind of already falling behind as is, unfortunately. What is... It's a 23% chance for Kellen to prog it, not the greatest.
As one. And another.
There we go, Chrome actually hit that one. So we can get rid of this guy, which then effectively makes it so... well, I guess the boss could attack into him. Will be slightly less accurate. So I guess it's not true that Robin will take no damage, but... It lessens its chance of getting hit.
Over there.
Yo! Deep and res. Gasp. Look at that 7 res.
Got you covered. Save some for me.
Yeah, we get 2 Lunas and he just dies instead of us breaking his weapon. Oh, we took a hit there. Damn it! This general's in the way now.
Are you ready?
For release.
Oh, that's okay. Chrome didn't want that experience anyway. Granted, it's good that we got the crit, because we weren't gonna kill him without a dual strike. Actually, Chrome would have done... I had 41 attack? So we probably would have needed... No, actually one dual strike would have been enough. But like, there's a reason I use the Katarina's Bolt, just to stack up the odds of actually killing him, regardless of what happened. Because if we can save or rescue, we definitely want to. Yeah, Sully has stopped gaining weapon experience, but that's okay, she's been gaining regular experience. Once that stops, I guess I'll swap her over, or unequip her or something. She's not getting any weapon experience, so why would she need to attack? Actually, I guess I could have physicked that. Although, I think physics are probably actually more valuable than elixir uses to a degree. We'll see though.
Over there.
2 more turns. Or combats, I guess. Damn, now the boss moved in the way. He's not playing nice. Alright, I guess since he's isolated. Yeah, let's lure him out with Pan. Pan can easily murder his face. Well, Stall's not dealing any damage without the Beast Killer, so I guess he's keeping that equipped. But he's gonna be attacking... with like a 40 hit chance. That's probably not connecting. Actually, I guess Crom bumps it up to like 45-ish. That's still really terrible, but it's there.
Gotcha covered. You're going down. Watch it.
Alright, last combat where we can experience, except for on the kill. That's still worth full amount.
I'm right here. You alright?
Poof. We're getting a lot of dual guards, but I guess that makes sense. It's based off of your defense stat, and Kellum has a lot of it. Oops. I clicked through that. Oh well, it's like, how dare you oppose the Riders of Dawn, or whatever, blah blah blah. Oh wow, Stall actually hit. What? Excuse me, sir. That is kind of illegal. How so powerful? A lot of people say that about Pan. You know.
Son of a griffin.
Oh, there's one of the Lunas. Maybe I need to re-equip Sully soon. Okay, so after this we kill this guy, and then there's not a whole ton left. This Rex Caliber Valkyrie with Abgas is gonna be a huge pain. And then these other two Bonates are kind of buried deep under these Paladins, so I'm not 100% sure what I'm gonna do. We could maybe take this Paladin out and then go in against this Bonite. Actually, this this Valkyrie has Havas too, the Arquin one. So both of the ones with the anti-magic or anti-air magic are being as big of a pain as possible. Viewers still get normal XP. Yeah. Because they don't have a reduced pool. I think even Three Houses doesn't do it. Like Three Houses does the dancer thing, decreasing the amount they get, but they left the healing as is. I guess because you can't have infinite healing in Three Houses, so I guess eventually you just run out of heal uses and that's that. Or you hit turn 99 and you lose, one or the other. Oh yeah, congrats on getting your modded awakening working. Okay.
Quick and dirty. Watch it.
Gasp, 7 damage. How dare you. 7 and 1.
Get it together. Pathetic.
Aha! Sully got the kill too. Impossible! Too strong. Oh boy.
Stay focused. My turn.
Oh, Crom. Man, that's even with Roman's Anathema in play too. Feels bad. And there's 2 Hawkeye win a plus enemies just hanging out up here. Do not want. So we can pare this down to actual either bows or win a plus or counter on these guys. Doesn't look like we got much for pulls picks apart stuff though right now. Oof. So I'll probably go at this Valkyrie with Do I do Utsumi? I mean, she'll survive, but it's Sentry takes a lot of damage, and then the 60 avoid makes it really hard for Crom to do much of anything. Well, I don't think our left side can really come out of the corner just yet. Yeah, I think we're gonna end up... No, I guess this one's probably gonna stay where she is, so we want to take this one out. Because then... well... No, we still gotta get the Bone, so we gotta take out, like, this, and then the Bone, and then Pan can pull stuff off. Potentially, I guess. Actually, huh. This guy's actually open to being pulled if we kill this Valkyrie. Only does 16 with the Steel Lance, so we might need to attack and then rescue and then spend like basically 3 turns to heal and then come back after. Because Chrome's gonna be at 70 hit after we can. I don't think Charm works on himself. I can't remember if it actually does. I'm reasonably sure it shouldn't. So he'll have a 70 hit rate with the Steel Lance, which is okay, I guess. It's enough for if he double strikes to kill the Valkyrie. Otherwise, we're gonna have to spend 3 turns regrouping to kill her. That's fine. She's a high threat target.
As one. We're not done yet. Have another.
Nice.
Oh, thank you.
Sumi and Rom tearing it up. Yeah, actually, let's just make sure we're pulling the exact one guy. This guy doesn't have a forge, so he'll do a bit less damage. Man, Stoll's actually pulled ahead of Sully at this point. Damn, he's gonna go into the woods, so chances of Stoll actually hitting there are gonna be kind of bad. But at least sets him up so Sumi can finish him off. If Pan isn't overpowered, although he doesn't have Pavis. Yeah, Pan should, if Stall doesn't do anything, that doesn't matter. Pan should just straight murder him. Robin should be fine. I guess, worst comes to worst, Libra can step out and physic him too. Yeah, Libra has just enough range to stand here and physic. That's funny.
Need a hand? Let me out.
I suppose you tried.
I guess we try to get rid of the the Hawkeye with a plus stuff now. Actually, we could probably... If we go along this side, we can pull this Valkyrie off with Sumia. Well, let's finish up with these guys before we move on. Because it'll be harder to attack this stuff from this side.
I've got your back.
Be gone.
Double Aegis proc. Well, that's why we have Rescue. Yeah, that wasn't... Yeah, that was the Hawkeye win a plus guy, so he didn't even have... regular Aegis plus. It's just that 25% trolling the shit out of us. It's a mod with same-sex and hetero couples added. Okay, I think I've heard of the mod. You know, female Robin marries Sully. Nice. Sumia stole. Muriel Marival. That sounds like a clash of personality. They added a Sayuri Tiki one. Cool. Okay, can we not get super trolled by this guy?
It's all right.
Well, even if procs Aegis now, he's very screwed. Oof. Sumia, what are these levels? Please try harder. Although her speed is at least kind of recovered. 46 after the Crom pair. Still not great, but you know. Mostly because, like, speed is kind of Sumia's thing. But I suppose she has been a little bit magic blessed. That's fallen off a lot, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, so we'll try to get rid of this guy quickly, and then... disentangling the rest of this is gonna be kind of annoying. I guess I could, like, shift Robin up so that we're in range of only, like, these afterward. I guess we'd have to kill, say, this guy. And then we could shift up so that we're only in range of these 4 or something to cause the enemy to break off and come back. Guess we'll see. Actually, we could probably, like, move here and draw a decent amount. Yeah, I could move here and it would cause these guys to kind of go whatever. Break away.
On my mark. We're not done yet.
I'll end this now.
The high skill does lend itself to just some very strange crit shenanigans, because 50 listed crit is pretty good. I'm not really sure what we want to do here. It's like, these paladins have Luna Plus. They are not safe for kill 'em debate at all. At least not in mass. A single one, I guess he could, but he would definitely be on the losing side. Oops. I guess I mashed start a little bit too much there. Well, that Valkyrie ran off and got annihilated. So, rip her. There are a few guys who could be separated now, but they're all counter, which is particularly annoying. Wow, the single tile where we can pull this Valkyrie. Well, I guess I won't say no. Yeah, everything else is highlighted, so... Definitely want to try to get stall I guess he's gonna need 2 dual strikes minimum, or I guess maybe 1 kill, 1 kill assist. Because we want him to be able to master seal. I don't think he's gonna be able to get into like the high teens or anything. It's probably just too much to ask at this point.
I've got your back. Think again. My turn.
Why are we taking A damage?
Stay with us.
Be gone.
It's 5% crit. Well, leaves this guy open to pan pulling him. Which could be what Stall needs. So we should probably heal. Let's put 1 heal into Robin. We shouldn't need any more than that. Man, this silver bow's down to 10 uses. We may have been at this for a bit. Also a non-forge.
Careful now. And one for me.
No stall. Alright, maybe I should just swap him to a more accurate weapon. He doesn't do damage though.
It's all right.
I'll end this now.
We're not done yet.
Ha! Release.
The crit missing the kill by 1 is... kinda sucks. Wait, what's getting in the way of this guy? It's not Sumi, is it? Oh, it's because this guy is stacked up over here. Well, that's annoying. I wonder, at this point, I wonder if they even actually pull onto her. I guess they probably would. Yeah, there they are.
Need a hand? You up for this? Need a hand? Let me out. Gotcha.
Nice, there we go. Come on, stall. Ah, not quite. So close.
On my mark.
Slowly but surely creeping through here. Man, and nothing we could have targeted with Leaf's blades safely. Rep. I guess it's a good thing we got 10k for taking out each of the leaders. And then we should get another 10k for taking them both on. Smart as Basilia and Flavia. Good, because otherwise it feels like they end very abruptly at that A. You bet Maribel refuses to drink anything other than Fiji water. She even has her tea brewed in it. Sounds legit to me.
as one.
And yeah, the supports are just like a little shy of being able to do enough damage to these guys to get experience. Actually, Noe still has on par attack and she's gained basically no levels.
We can handle this. On my mark. Have another. We're not done yet.
Nice. Well, Trish, if you can hit this, it's yours.
Don't overdo it.
Yay, she hit 8 axes too. We can pull these two off, and then kind of just leave these generals for the time being. I want to make sure I accumulate all of the Libra Olivia points for this map. So it would make a good Falconite, or would she? Yeah, I'm not sure if she would. I feel like she kind of needs some of the strength bonuses from Paladin class and whatnot to get her into a place that's better. Nice! Still actually hit level 10 and he gains strength. Oh my god. It's impossible, but it happened. Yeah, before we work on that, let's get Kelm over here so he can get a bit too. Like, he farmed out that boss, but come on. He needs a little more. Especially since Sully would really appreciate being able to get the experience. Oh, this is probably gonna whiff, but we're gonna do it anyway because it's funny. No, we tried. That, the dual strike rate is a little bit depressing from Sully. They're at S, but she has a 60. This was a 68%, which is just, ugh. And Pen can for sure do 20, so we're just not gonna use Katarina's. There's not really a reason to. Because Pan can finish us off for sure if Crom. Well, Crom messes up, or assuming it doesn't, or messes up. But it seems like we are good.
No worries.
This is definitely not being a great chapter, though. We've had to slow parade pretty hard.
Go, go!
They've gotta notice this.
You're going down.
Nice.
Over there.
There.
Oh, no deep. Kinda considering, I think we should probably give the shinies to Sully, see if we can get her that extra bit of experience. Man, I don't want to promote early, but I think we have to. I don't think the supports, pair supports are doing anything else if we don't. Are they just too far behind otherwise? Where's Yarn? Hiding behind, Lissa. Yeah, I don't think, yeah, I don't think Lissa should have any problems with. Getting to level 5, because that we definitely want the rally speed. Otherwise, we're gonna run into a lot of trouble. Let's put it that way. Okay, actually, let's pull these guys down here. Uh, Damn, that's a lance. Actually, I guess he's still squishier than the boss, so... Alright, we'll leave it for now, but we want to... Yeah, we want to have Sully poke at it if we can. So I'm just gonna run to the washroom really quick. We've been going on long enough that I left it too long, so I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. So where were we? Oh yeah, that's where it's going up here. We also need to loot the towns. Which I suppose, actually, let's do this one with Robin. Do it now.
Please, I insist.
Welcome, friend. We're supporters of the Riders of Dawn here. Take this hammer, it'll send those pesky knights running for the hills. Oh yeah, we also get a beast killer, I think, so... These are kind of nice items to get in preparation for Chapter 19. Not gonna lie. We might actually be able to... Yeah, we could have Sully throw javelins over the hill, over the wall here. And have Kellum use its bronze axe to dual strike for her. So I think that should help, or get her... So get her experience, even she doesn't deal anything. I could be wrong, though. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get them to stand here and attack side to side. At least I guess one should be targetable. A shock stick. Well then. You know, speaking of useless items. Yeah, I'll probably go for chapter 19, even though we'll be starting kind of late-ish in the stream. You think you know what you do with hierarchs in their FE idea? To keep them in line with being frontline mages? Oh? Man, it really is a shame that the shock stick isn't 2 range too. Because it'd probably be, stupidly enough, it'd probably be easier for Sully to deal damage. I guess she could dual strike with it. Yeah, it would be... 18 attack that hits res. It would probably be better than most of her normal weaponry. How sad is that?
Hey.
Every time this wall has a go, our fields get trampled and our houses destroyed. Ain't no matter to us which side wins, so long as it's over quickly. Yeah, about that. Here then, take this and get those sorry one kids out of here. Draco Shield, yay!
Please, I insist.
Greetings, traveler. We're back here to the Stonewall Knights. Try this once out, I'll put those dastard riders in their place. I'll probably actually end up running a beast killer on Sumia for the next chapter. We're probably gonna need it. Alright. Kristen's Confact, I mean, I won't say no. Man, Sully's pretty good at finding lost items. I wonder if she's secretly Violet. Our village suffered enough with one band of sellswords strutting about, but 2? Here, I'll give this to you if you make them stop fighting. Oh yeah, energy drop. Ooh. Sumia might want that. Yeah, it seems like they don't wanna... bump up against the walls. Or both of them, anyway. Oh wow, nobody still deals damage to this guy. Because, wow, between the Dragonstone and Trish, she gets plus 16 strength. What? That has to be one of the strangest things I've seen playing this game.
I'm right here.
How am I gonna set this up for Sully?
This one's hard and won't from me.
Yeah, maybe that's enough for knowing. Let's see if Callum can get something.
Hey, over here.
Callum, why?
I'll be around.
Cut a Pavis at 0 damage, right?
We can do this.
I'll kill you twice.
We got a 5% crit, but we can't get Callum dual striking. But why?
Hey, over here. I'm over here.
Yeah, Sully does indeed get experience.
Victory time. Surprise.
New level 5 skill is another one, and then buff, you're calling Restoration. If they initiate an attack and they activate it, after the next time they take damage, they recover 30% of hit points after combat. You think any self HP restoration skills would be updated to actually say how much HP they restore? Yeah, it helps have the specific math indicated on the tooltip for sure.
I can help. Don't forget me.
Nice.
Hey, over here. I'm over here.
If we kill this with Sully, it's gonna be way overkill on experience gain. So maybe we kill it with Noe. Although, I guess is Noe actually gonna do much? It'll help to have her at level 10 in case, just in case. I'm not sure what we'd do with her if we did. It's like, a second seal, we could make her a wyvern, but then that would pose her attack. Not that she's dealing much damage to begin with as an assist, but still. Farther along we can get her, just to have that sort of insurance, I guess, be helpful.
Stay with me.
Wow, that wasn't even worth a full level. It was like 85 experience-ish, give or take. Do this, I guess.
Careful now. I can help. Don't forget me.
Alright, one more hit from Telomere, and then we can pass it over to Noe.
Turn.
Wow, so he finally gained some more strength too. Also, outdoor fighters should help with the hit rate thing.
Let's do this. Watch it.
Yeah, still, Sully and Stoll both need to early promote. They just don't have the strength to do anything otherwise.
Where to begin?
You up for this?
Don't worry. Forgetting someone.
It's kind of funny because Kellum and Church have not been doing a lot. When the shoe's on the other foot, they're still not helping their other support partners out.
No worries.
It's very, very rare, even though I guess it's like 59 and 68, so it's not the greatest, but still, like, this is why you don't have more experience. Well, at this rate, Noe's just gonna get to level 10 from chip damage. And if that happens, I'll probably just have maybe kill him, circle around, and finish things.
Watch it.
Although it's funny that this guy has yet to hit Pan. That's really stupid. She should have also been hit at some point here.
Time to tidy up.
That's still not happening, apparently.
No worries.
Still missing, man. This guy's not having a good day.
Get ready.
I have you.
There we go. He was stealing all of Trish's good dual strike rolls. No strength. Well, but no, we is a level where we can class changer if we feel we need to. I'm not sure where we'd go with it, but it's a thing that could happen if we're desperate. It's a dual striking, so now we can get more experience big brain plays, apparently. The general has low biorhythm today. Now it's kind of flatlined.
My lord.
The fighting is over, my lord. That should spare the villages from any further damage.
Good.
Good, though I still don't understand why they had to fight in the first place.
Right.
Competition, my lord, a sad consequence of this war. Farm the land, your fields are pillaged. Open up a shop and your goods are stolen. It's little wonder men take up steel and become mercenaries, or worse. There's only so much gold to go around, and so they fight for dominance. Seems they'll continue to do so until it's safe to be a farmer or a merchant again. All the more reason for us to end things as quickly as possible.
Ah,
Well put, my lord. Shall we be on our way?
thank you.
We're relieved to be rid of the lot of them. No better than brigands they were. Please, you have this thing, or thanks, sir. Please accept this. You're very kind, thank you. Yay, 10,000 gold. You. Yeah, you scared me. Don't go sneaking up behind people. You'll give them whiplash. What is your name? Yarn, don't you remember? You're the one who gave it to me.
Right.
So you truly are my child. I'm a Tagul, right? I kind of have to be.
Well,
I suppose blood does not lie. I'm pleased to see you, my son. You represent a new hope for our race. No pressure there. You are living proof that man and Tagul can coexist.
Nope.
Hey, I didn't do anything special, I was just born. You're the one who proved all that bridging the gap stuff. You're the one who married a human. Thanks for doing that, by the way. Even I can't take credit for it, I'm proud of my heritage.
right.
It glads me to see my son value pride. Hey, you keep it always. Oh wow, that one Anna actually stuck around after the resin despawned. I don't think that usually happens. What did she have? Arcwind. Do we really want to discount Arcwind? How much does that save us? It's like 100 gold. Maybe if I hadn't already bought those other Arcwinds. And this one was, yeah, this one was just nothing we really wanted. We're not so desperate for throwing weapons. Speaking of which, though, definitely need some extra javelins. We're probably about to fight an awful lot. Actually, I should buy some winds.
What can I fix?
so we're not using all of our arc tomes all the time. Oops. I did not mean to put that away. I meant to restock it. I guess there's not really much else for Robin to gain here. A little bit of magic, and I can't remember what res can go up to for Dark Knight. I think it's relatively high, so we're probably... After we get magic to max, we're probably gonna have a lot of empty levels. Actually, Sully doesn't really need that. Sure, she can take Roy's Blade. And the Worm Slayer, I guess? Let's try this with Sully. So I have a feeling Sumia's probably gonna end up in a position where we need to use our heavier gear more often. So I should probably buy an additional Dragonstone for Noe. Noe and Tiki. Because, like, Dragonstone pluses are both expensive and relatively rare. Oh, you know what? I didn't... Yeah, damn. I didn't use the Seeds of Trust, I totally forgot about that, so... I guess we're stuck at C with Tiki. Oops. Yeah, Sully and Stoll have much more impressive attack stats now. We didn't get too far with that Bronze Lance. Shame. Oh, that's what we should buy. More rescues as well.
What can I fix you with?
It's expensive, but it's what keeps us alive. Especially when Robin doesn't get to tote around Dale for us. probably should buy... Yeah, this is gonna be a difficult chapter. Let's replace the heals with a mend here. For Wissa. Actually, no, we'll give the mend to Anna and then buy a regular heal, and then if she really needs it, let's see, ease of the recover. We are getting more gold in 20, so we might want to spend on forges here. I don't know if we're gonna do the normal Beast Killer forge up. Probably just like +5 hit. Maybe we'll do Sumia's as +1 might as well. Yeah, Chrome's the one who hasn't promoted yet, but he's also had a second seal use, so he's had a bit of a chance to gain more. So, like, it's not particularly fair to compare him to Stolen Sully, because he's had about 7 more levels of stat gain. Actually, would it make... So, Beast Killer normally... plus Chrome's 5 extra strength. So if he is a tonic, that's 45 plus 16, 61. I'm not sure if we actually need... Well, I guess if they have Pavis. That's 37. Yeah, we don't really need the plus might if it's on a lead like Sumia. So I think we just need the hit rate. Maybe not even for Sumia, because Sumia's got 40 skill and 31 luck. So maybe we'll just forge stalls and chromes.
I carry only the finest.
The Tagul and the Manakete. Cute. Thanks, Gregor. Because you totally needed that. Actually, that also reminds me. I actually want to give stuff to Fred because we're bringing him along, even though he's probably not going to do anything. Just bring enough stuff so that he can have weapon triangle advantage against something if he needs to tank, which I think would still be pretty bad. I don't think he'd actually survive a number of enemies, but, you know. He shouldn't be out in front, anyway. Oh, kill him with Olivia. Excuse me, do you have a second? I need some advice.
What?
What? Me? Sure, I suppose. It's just that I've been feeling, well, useless lately.
I don't know.
That's crazy talk. Your dancing is an inspiration to us all.
Oh.
There must be something I can do besides flail my arms about.
If you say so.
Well, can you cook? I mean, my grandmother taught me how to bake cakes and other desserts. Would that really be helpful? Are you kidding? Everyone loves dessert. It's the best meal of the day.
There.
I suppose I could give it a shot. Let's see, I'll need honey and raisins, and a whole lot of butter.
Okay.
I'm drooling already. Hehe, you're pretty smart for a tree, you know that? Thanks for listening. Oh, she was talking to the tree. Guess she didn't notice me there. Well, good luck all the same, Olivia. Whoopsies, whoopsies. Yarn, is there a reason you're staring at me like that? I'm trying to read your face and find out if you're cheating on Mother.
Huh?
What? Cheating? I'd never do such a thing. I've been faithful to Pan since the day I proposed. Oh, alright then, if you're telling the truth. Why would you think I was cheating? Is someone spreading rumors? Nope, the idea just popped into my head the other day. You see, I got to thinking. What would happen to me if you suddenly decided Mother wasn't good enough? Huh? See, I'd been assuming that all I had to do was make sure you both stayed alive. Eventually you'd have me and poof, my existence would be guaranteed. But that would change if you left Mother for another woman before I was born. The very instant you made the decision, I would just wink out of existence. The thought of it sends a chill down my spine. Brr.
Wow.
Huh, I guess I see your point.
Don't mess with a bunny.
So I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on you to make sure you toe the line.
Huh?
Now hold on just 1 minute. Don't worry, I'll make an exception for temporary dalliances during battle. Just so long as the fraternizing stays on the battlefield. Anyway, I've got to be going, but remember, I'm watching you. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, Olivia, what the hell? Also, Yarn, what the hell? My army is crazy, in case you didn't notice. Ooh, we got Olivia and Libra today. So in theory, well actually not just Siri, because we'll have a point where we can kind of pause at the end of 19 and 20 to accumulate the points. We should actually unlock Inigo's paralogue between the two of them. Oh boy, Inigo's paralogue, everyone's favorite. And 1 and 2 and whoopsies. Oh, hello, Libra. What do you think? Am I getting better? Sniff.
What?
Libra, are you all right? You're not crying, are you?
Beg pardon.
Do forgive me, my dear.
Oh.
What's the matter? I'm sorry. I don't think I wept like this in years. It's as if your dance has freed my heart from a prison of ice. Wow, coming on a little strong there, Libra. Good thing it's impossible to cheat on your spouse in this game, apparently, yeah.
Huh?
Gosh, really? Was I that good?
Yes.
I think the gods themselves had descended to dance in your person. Oh, wow, that's high praise.
Really?
It is no easy thing to lift prayers to the gods, yet your dance was flawless. Well, thanks, but of course I couldn't have done it without you. I mean, you're such a good teacher, and you made everything so clear.
Bless you.
No, it is you who taught me with your magnificent dance. I'm the one who is grateful. Well, if that's the case, you're welcome to come watch, I mean, if you want.
All will be well.
Thank you, I shall do that. Aw. If that isn't so wholesome.
You.
Yarn. Yeah, what? What do you want?
Hmm.
Are you trying to avoid me? What, me? Avoid you? Gosh, no. It's just I just had an urgent errand I was gonna need to do.
Right.
What kind of errand? Collecting provisions? Perhaps I could accompany you.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just...
Yes.
Is there a problem? No, not exactly.
Please.
Enough of this prevarication. We are kin, yes? Of course, but...
Well.
But what? The mother in my future died when I was still young, before I could remember. I don't know what it's like to have a mother, especially a Tagul mother. Neither do I. I have no idea how Chigil mothers and children interact with each other. My friends and kin were taken from me by humans when I was still an infant. So you have no idea how you're supposed to act either. Actually, that brings up the question, how did Pen grow up? If she was just an infant. I do not, but does it matter? We could forge a new tradition and what it means to be a Tagul mother and son. Hey, that's a great idea. We'll learn how to be a family together. Okay. Actually, do I really... Like, digging around with the least blade equipped or in the inventory, I'm gonna leave it. I'll pull it out if I feel like I can take advantage of it, but I think we need to actually bring a real sword. Suppose we don't have any spare silver, so we'll run as steel. We have 37 strength. Plus the boost from Tiki, it should probably be fine. We've also got a bunch of Chris's Confects. I think we'll end up giving this to all our frontliners. Let's see. We should probably restock Deep Tonics before it possibly gets blocked.
What can I fix you with?
Even though we got the free Chris's tonic. Or Chris's Confect. It's only gonna last us for this one battle, so... Or rather, I guess we might be able to stretch it over two if we're just doing frontliners. Also, Sumia, we're gonna give... Did we give her about the energy drop on the Draco shield? I feel like she kinda needs it. Like, almost everyone else is just a huge deef stat block. Yeah, I think Sumia is gonna be Gale Forcing. We really do need to stack her up. We sorta can't afford to have failures. Even with, we'll have 3 rescues, but it's still gonna be... I feel like there's a good chance we could end up stretching things in regardless. Especially since we have to deal with bows and having 3 flyers. Do we need... I think these enemies are relatively slow, comparatively. Like, besides Walhart, but obviously it's just gonna be Robin fighting Walhart. And maybe, like, having Pan and Sumia jump in to try to sneak a few hits in to finish him off. Oh, hello, hashtag. I'm not sure if I want to use the Levin Sword right now yet. Because we've used up a lot of it already. I think where we'll probably end up needing to bust it out if we do is against the huge clumps of generals in the next chapter. Because we need to get moving fast there, because reinforcements show up very quickly. And they do show up somewhat quickly here, but we have a little more time to set up. And then, of course, we have to endure 8 turns of reinforcements, which is great. Actually, is it 8? No, wait, it's 5 turns, but it's a shitload of enemies. Okay, so the fastest enemies are 27. So everyone who's fast enough to be doubling stuff is just overkill fast. And speed tonicking Shush or Kellum would do basically nothing for them. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. They would double the generals. Hooray. I guess that could be, yeah, that could be worth it, just because we kind of don't want the other units distracted by the generals, so it might be... Assuming the enemy doesn't have counter, we could go in with like the hammer or something, and it'd be okay. Which does mean we probably want, actually, the Armor Slayer? Or I guess an Armor Slayer and Sully. Chrome's probably better off holding the one with more durability left. So we can also use the Tikis here. We'll hold on to that one for now. And Tiki's bumping us up to 47. That's just with the wind. That's not quite enough to one-round things on its own. But I guess we're running around with these other stronger items, so it's fine. I guess we might, yeah, let's run a magic tonic. Strength magic on Simia. Oops. This is confect. This is confect. Should let's put a strength on Pan too. Here we go. Such a weird setup, but should help. Alright, we've seen this one a billion times, so we're just gonna get right to the battle. Not a fan of that. So the center is very bulky. That's probably gonna cause us a lot of issues. This general's actually getting kind of scary. Okay, so we want... Assuming he goes for this paladin. Then this Dark Knight? I think Robin will have to go for these two. Actually, Pan could go for this Dark Knight. Well, actually, she'd have a better time against the Paladin. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a little bit of a rough start. Okay, so Sumia. And Robin, I guess? Then Kellum might need to assist here. I'd like to like draw these generals off onto Pan, but they're gonna just double team her and do too much damage. Actually, that might not be entirely true. We avoid the Luna +1. Sure should have, what, 33? So she'd take 22 and then 13. It's actually not that bad. Then 64. Actually, Church would do a lot of damage to this guy, surprisingly, considering how little investment she's gotten. I might need to use Lissa as a decoy here. Draw this guy off. Because we wanna... this guy... well, I guess we won't be drawing that guy yet. Because we need to clear this bottom right section. And like all my big front wire is gonna be tied up fighting here. Yeah, that takes some rearranging to get everyone where they need to be. Yeah, so this might be kinda gross. Yeah, this middle part is always potentially bad. $59 twice. It's only like 34 damage. I'm counting on dual strikes, except Tiki's not a very high support level. So this might be a little oof. There's so much counter here, and if it doesn't have counter, it has too much bulk. Paladins with Aegis and Aegis Plus, and Grey Knights with Luna and Luna Plus. Hey, they just want to be sure, right? Oh, burn Cactus. What does Walhart have? Alright, so at least Walhart we can kind of stick it out with him. So if we get to that point, it'll be easier to deal with. Alright.
You can do this. Come on.
Victory!
Magic, huh? Shame she wants to muscle through Aegis here.
My strength is yours. Face me. Hold on, I'm coming.
Damn. Okay, well, that's kind of unfortunate. I guess I should have forged up Chrome's Beast Killer for one more might. Oh, I didn't. Oops, I didn't turn the animations back on for Robin. I guess this is technically tankable for just about everyone here, including Olivia. I guess she's level 30, so I should really have looked into getting her a seal. It's also a little scary. Still needs a dual strike here.
I'll have a go.
Oof. Well, Tiki really wanted to help, but damn. Bit of a whiff there.
Quick and dirty. I like it. Come on, look at me. Good.
Okay, so let's rescue... It needs to be Pan, Olivia, and Samia. This is a great start to the map, by the way. Where, Shinobi? Yeah, I do find Lunatic plus fun. I do also enjoy Three Houses. I like how it plays differently by encouraging more player phasing. Granted, like, Lunatic Plus also tries to force more player phasing, but just by the sheer number of enemies, there's also a lot of enemy phasing that goes on. I think I might leave this, because it's probably more helpful if this guy gets... or fights Robin. And then maybe if he's hurt enough and we have an opening, Church can jump in and steal the kill.
We can do this.
Checkmate. Here's how it's done.
Get ready.
You're finished.
It's...
That's it.
Alright, crit on one of the ones that we really didn't need it for, but okay.
Let's end this. You alright?
Miss this.
Kellum says no.
Don't give up. I believe in you.
Here they come. This is why we want to get out of the center.
Prove yourself.
Yeah, we got a lot of cannon going on here. Plus is Bolganon. Yeah, this is already kind of a minefield. It's not looking great. So we could fight this guy right here. We still need to clear these three things then, if nothing else. Yeah, half the map is counter, and it's all scattered, so we have to deal with all of it at once. You have a very love-hate relationship with Maddening, with how it's so exhausting sometimes that you find hard mode too easy. Yeah, I mean, the series kind of has a chronic problem with hard not... Like, the gap between hard and Lunatic or the equivalent not really being there for people, or filled for people. You complained about 3 houses, female Byleth can't marry happy. Yeah, it's such a crime. This game is worse than 3 houses because even male Robin can't marry happy. Please patch happy into every game. Well, whatever it takes to help you reach happiness, right, Brad? Do I prefer Awakening or 3 houses? It's kind of hard to say. It's like both have their merits. Okay, so what I think we're gonna do Man, this is really early to be using the Book of Naga, but... So we might need to hammer in it pretty quickly. We're gonna do this so that we can sweep all of this. And create some space. Actually, we may end up just breaking it too, depending. Alright, a crit helps save durability.
That's it. As one. Have another. My turn.
That's closer than it should have been.
Let me out. Gotcha.
God damn it, Stall.
Got you covered.
It's my big moment.
Stall might actually be okay, or not, Stall kill him. Might actually be okay here. It's like, he'll take a bunch of counter damage. These swords aren't gonna do anything to him. Well, I guess if he wins, that could actually be really bad for him. But he'll take like 19 damage, and then this guy attacks potentially. No, yeah, he would come around and attack. Actually, I guess we've got 3... rescue uses anyway. Just need to not get overzealous about pushing in here. Like, still doesn't actually do any damage. Even as a paladin. It's a good thing we have a hammer here.
Come on. Put me on for size. Me.
It was your time.
The funny thing is, Olivia can generally take a hit from this stuff. Although I guess yeah, she'd actually, as long as it doesn't have Luna, she'd actually survive a hit from the sword paladins. What?
It's all right.
I'll end this now.
Actually, I could probably pull this off onto Trish too. Which will save us a Naga use. And some health on Robin. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So we're gonna have to get pretty aggressive over here pretty quick.
Don't overdo it.
Magic, sure. Hey, but she got to 20 speed finally.
After you. Got you now.
Nice. Tiki dual strike saving us Naga use.
I'll protect you.
Getting more magic.
You'll not get past.
Here's how it's done. Right.
I believe in you.
We're at the point where we don't need the Book of Nog anymore. We're actually going to put it away for now. Oh, actually, I guess that was the last enemy. This is still not great. It's at minimum. We gotta get rid of these 5. And like, we only have one more turn before we hit reinforcements. Yeah, the way this is interspersed is definitely annoying. This is just hard to be quite free of counter. Plus, we need to actually get rid of... Well, actually, if we're hiding in the corner, it's more like... I guess we get rid of these 3 plus the Bow Knight so that Robin can be out in front. Although, this guy is gonna be kind of hard to deal with. Same with this guy. Because generally everyone can more or less get free. Free to get rescued. So I guess we do, it's probably like... Sumia, maybe Sumia again. No, actually probably this one. Actually, we need someone to deal with this one, so... But Sumia can't do it, so it's almost like we need... Sumia, Robin... Or what, Sumia... Sumia, Robin, Anne? We can... Oh, Olivia can just barely reach, Jesus. Actually, we need to take care of this guy too. So range is, well... We body block it with Kill him to force. Force to place him elsewhere? Actually, or we rescue Anne so that she's here. And this guy potentially just rams into her. Wouldn't mind that. Actually, wait, we can just kill this guy. Think? Wait. Yeah, because we're pulling this guy off into the corner. So we can kill... Or try and injure this one with Sumia. Kill this with... This with Robin and try to finish this. Well, this one we really need to go after hard with Pan. So otherwise he creates issues. Well, I guess this guy is out of the way in that case. So maybe we do, well... Yeah, because Sumia can actually kill this guy, one random for sure. But, Okay, yeah, I guess we'll have Pan go after this one, just because... We're more okay if he survives, but we need to kill this one and at least maim this one.
Get ready.
Checkmate.
Pay attention.
Nice. Actually, we'll go send Pan after this one then.
You can do this.
Power in this now.
Is this guy? It's an axe guy. I think we can use the turfing and be okay. It's probably not gonna do a lot of damage. But it may... Yeah, it's probably still not enough for a kill, but we'll see.
You can do it. Oh, here we go. Try me on this size.
Close enough. Yeah, so if we unequip wind, we very easily have the bulk and the lower defense to attract this paladin's attention. Alright, we didn't body block that out. Should be fine still. We definitely did need the extra area here. Okay. Messy time.
I'm right here.
You remember playing this map in 2013, being shocked that they had the guts to push so many reinforcements onto you. After all the initial units rushed down a certain location. Yeah, I mean, they were really playing into that, hey, it's enemy phase, right? Or Fire Emblems are enemy phase.
You're safe with me.
And they're all mounted up. Tons of move, okay decision on the devs' part. Their goal is to force you to learn to play better as a result of their design decision. Jokes on them. Hey, you completed a maddening Iron Man.
Are you
Alright, so we're gonna get reinforcements from here, which is always great. All in a really awkward position too. Man. I think we're gonna have to trade the first city to Robin here. Because I don't really have time to hammer in the Book of Naga. Should be okay. 49 is 46, 11 twice? No, 13 twice. Yeah, should be fine being attacked by that. Well, the chances are he'd go after Libra. Yeah, this is where we run into a lot of problems with these, with the enemy flyers. Or with the enemy bows, because we got too many flyers. I'm definitely not quite talking right here. It's like we could kill him with Robin, but then we need to actually get out of the way of the counter and stuff. Let's see, how much would physics see me to 54? I don't know if that's gonna be enough to take this on. And even if we did that, we'd have to, yeah, we'd... Well, I guess Pan would end up over here. But we need, Pan doesn't actually reach. Actually, Sumia wouldn't even be able to take the hit because she'd need to potentially get attacked by this paladin too, on top of that. Yeah, too much Aegis to try to get around here. I guess we could take one counter damage or hit from this guy, I suppose. Although with Forsetti, our damage is going to be absurd, so... Because even Sumia's goes up to 45, and she's 14 magic less. So it's what, 59? Well, plus Tiki's bonus too. So 64. We're doing like 50 damage to ourselves. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if we've got much else of a choice though, so I guess we're gonna go for it. Okay, good, we're still one rounding. Oh, this is a thing.
Are you ready? Stay focused. Have another.
Damn, that was pretty wimpy.
Careful. Gotcha.
The Togwell must live.
It's actually kind of well, we don't. Yeah, we didn't even use Olivia there, so it's actually kind of a temptation to go after these two now. So they can't reach as far, or this one can't. Sumi has just enough bulk to survive too. 52 against this 51. Because then we don't take counter damage here, which puts us in a much better position. Particularly since we got all this other crap coming up here we want to intercept. Because there's gonna be stuff here and here that we have to deal with. Yeah, because this guy can't actually reach Olivia. Does kill him actually have a decent hit rate though? I don't know if I'm willing to gamble that. Trish doesn't deal enough. Yeah, because it's kind of cleaner when Kilm does that. Actually, Javelin is 80. Yeah, so Luna would have the same hit rate on Sky. I guess the 92 is... Well, I guess we don't even have enough attack. We'd have to use the Luna, and then we wouldn't have... Oh, we'd actually need to make sure we kill this, too. Yeah, let's maybe not do stupid things. Yeah, we do 49 damage to ourselves. Ouch. But we're not guaranteed to kill this guy, so...
You're safe with me. Let me help.
Nice, okay.
Nicely done.
I mean, I guess we could do it anyway. Go for this guy. No, that doesn't seem... Yeah, let's just not take risks here. Or wait. Actually, yeah, if we rescue Bang, it's still... Okay, it's similar. We just leave this guy alone and he'll attack into whoever anyway. As long as we rescue back, kill him, it'll protect Olivia.
Quick and dirty. I like it.
No way.
Nice. Oh right, because this is clear now. So yeah, it's a good thing I didn't... try to go in there. So we gotta protect it with hand then, I guess. Because otherwise Olivia gets one shot exactly. So this is gonna be kind of annoying, because now we are gonna take the 49 damage. This is gonna be rough. Let's double check this math. Yeah, we're gonna equip Vengeance so that we make sure he dies if he attacks into Trish. But I assume he's gonna attack into Sumia. He either enters the battlefield to take emotional damage. Hi. Yeah, it's a great name, Paladin.
They'll not get past.
You're finished.
My turn. Get ready.
Here's how it's done.
Pay attention. Got you now.
Nice.
Now that strategy.
Tiki is destroying. Oh, come on, gain some strength at least.
Right here.
Checkmate.
This is why it's nice to have Soul, even though we don't want to rely on it.
Get ready.
yours. My turn.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, strength for Chrome. Again with the Aegis Plus donates. Really annoying. Actually, just Aegis Plus on everything. What the hell? There's a lot of stuff to want to kill. We don't really have anything in the midfield intercepting this stuff right now. But I don't think we can afford to do it with Robin. So we need to block these two, but also be prepared for the fact that we are likely to get attacked by the Paladin and the Great Knight that are gonna spawn here. Wish this General hadn't come up. Like, he does so much more damage to stuff down here. Why didn't he come across? Yeah, there's no way I can be in here without being in range of a counter thing. Though I don't need to have Forsetti equipped at least. So I think at the very least we need to heal Sumia. And take out these two, then rescue her back. So that, damn, that uses up 2 of my rescues. So then need to take care of these two. Hmm. We might be gambling on these forts here. Depending. These does so much damage. I think we should be able to kill the silver lance. This beast killer is 9, silver lance would be 51. That's 36. Yeah, that's a little less problematic. I forget what the spawns are from the other ones here. I guess it's paladins in general? Yeah, I'd really like to use Robin here, but there's just like not a good place to attack from. Aside from like right here, and I feel like that's not great. Although I guess we'd want to attack this one, and that might be the most damage we can possibly get. It's from Robin here. Alright, so I guess, yeah, we heal Sumia, try to kill these. And here... I guess we can also potentially... Let's see, 48 and 51. We could also unequip Thumia and have her here in case of counter. Although, I kind of need the dance to move Pan up. I guess we're just gonna have to go for it.
Together. Let me help.
Oh well, sorry, Kelm can finish that one, that's not a big deal. Kelm or Church.
No worries. Go.
And good job.
You can do this.
Come on, look at me. Good.
Okay, who's gonna give us the biggest healing? Well, I guess Whistlewood, because recover stuff. Alright, let's... We got several lances. Yeah, steel's actually just enough. So let's use that instead of just being gross overkill.
Are you ready? We're not done yet.
Nice, more strength. We're kind of desperate. I think I'm gonna pull out the Mjolnir. And even that's not enough without a crit or a double dual strike, I guess. Ugh, stupid paladins and their Aegis. The question is if I actually want to leave Armad's equipped or anything. 48 versus... Because they'll both, I guess, tie up on... Hmm. Actually, no, because we won't get the fort bonus for being here with Pan, so it'll be 50 against 48, so they would probably target Pan, and I'm not sure if I'd like that, considering she would definitely kill herself on counter. But if we leave this sub B, we're just gonna be swarmed. We're gonna have 2 plus these 7 plus 4 more encouraging. Like 72 attack. Really, really bad to have get reflected by counter. And there'll be 2 attacking, so if they both have counter, or if one has counter and one has Hawkeye win a plus, then Pan probably dies. So I think we're probably tanking it out. It's gonna be really annoying to deal with. I think I'm gonna have Church redirect this too, so he hopefully does not cause problems up here. Keep your rare fortifies.
Ready? Huh. I got you.
Yeah, they definitely went for Pan. It could have easily gone very sour.
Look out. Watch it. You up
Okay, so one, that's definitely Hawkeye. Yeah, there was definitely counter there. One counter, so she probably would have been okay. Still not great. So we need to kill these 6, and we can kind of ignore this general. We just pull him over towards the fort. But this, if we kill these guys and block this properly, it gives us a little bit of a breather. Question is... who kills what? So we technically got 5 kills, maybe? The problem being that we need to make sure we're also positioned. Well, actually, as long as we kill them, we don't really care who's on the forts. So who does Sumiya have the best odds of killing? I guess we kind of want... we want her to get rid of maybe these two? I don't think I'd even be willing to tank the one counter here to have... well, win a plus counter, and then another win a plus... well, the axe is gonna miss though, because we got axe breaker. Oh, we're not even in range. Never mind. Okay, so... probably kill these two with Sumiya. Maybe Dance finish this one. Pan... well... First, she's gonna have issues. Actually, yeah, so we should have... Sumia do these two, Robin do these two, Pan kills, I guess, this one. And this one we need to team up with Kelm and Church. Seems kind of dubious with Church though. Well, actually, no, Vengeance is at 98. So as long as we're attacking that one. So the sword one, which Pan can just muscle through herself. I'm not quite sure if I can completely trust Rom on this one.
As one.
It's so tight, we need to make sure that we make our kills.
I've got you. Come on.
I'll get the next one.
We are probably gonna have to do some shenanigans, put like Sumia on this fort. Because we need to move. Actually, Kelm can body block this. Yeah, that's fine. Oof, the wind's almost enough. Actually... with the dance, it would be enough, so we minimize... Well, he's got Aegis, so... It's actually not great. Maybe we rethink face-syncing that counter, because that could actually easily become really bad if we crit. Okay, so we 27 leaves them at 39. Still the Beast Killer from Sully, and that's a definite finisher. Only thing is, man, that hit rate's not great.
Quick and dirty. I like it. Watch it.
This'll be easy.
Oof.
We can do this.
And the problem is, do I... do I leave it in range? 'Cause it's like it's a perfect one round, but he's gonna deal limited damage to us, which does, well, I guess it's like 20. If we crit, so we're doing exactly half his health, so we crit, that goes up to 49. So 49, and then he's dealing 24. Well, we don't die, so I guess maybe we should just leave it. Because we need to get rid of these guys, and the more we leave them, the more problematic it becomes, and we can physic. So I think we leave it. We do need to not have Bolivia get stabbed by a general. That would be pretty bad.
I'm not worried.
73 dodge.
Get ready.
Time to tip the scales.
I will aid you.
Nice, Tiki for the win. Okay, so we want to block these two here, and then get into the middle for the following turn. And then we have to deal with the 16 enemy reinforcement scramble, which is gonna be pretty shitty, but you know. What turn am I on? 7? Yeah, we're on 7. So we get the top and bottom forts on this turn, and we're blocking these two bottom ones. But the following turn, everything spawns something. And we don't want to be next to all this stuff. Like, it was dicey enough sitting on here the first time. But there's gonna be a Bonite that spawns, and we can't afford to block this with Pan when that happens. Although, oh, damn, this is actually... These are Wyverns, though. I guess I could be in the center and then block this with Pan and... Robin? Maybe? Because we don't want the Wyverns coming after us, and they're gonna basically reach, like, right into here. But the General and the Paladin that show up here wouldn't actually be that bad as long as we're unequipped.
You're finished. It's all right. Face me.
Here goes.
Completely necessary crit, obviously.
My strength is yours.
I'll end this now.
Robin will end up having to get danced, I guess. But this is like this creates a fairly big breather for us. It's just the next enemy phase will probably be a big problem that'll cause us 3 turns worth of combat combat pains. Okay, so we're gonna move Libra here. But without actually rescuing, because we want to use Melissa to do it here. Let's not attack the general and melee with Melissa. Oh, we see me can do this. Oh wait, this guy can actually reach? Damn. That's annoying. 63. Alright, well he doesn't kill Libra. Wait. No, it's not that one, it's Bugman. That's why. That's kind of annoying though. Can we make space with Pan, I guess? Let's do damage to this general first.
That's one. My turn.
Good. Yeah, we just straight one random.
Careful now. Try me on some size.
Pan didn't even take a hit anyway. Well, that 37 was a little scary.
We can do this.
Here's how it's done. You're finished.
You're safe with me. Are you alright?
Time to tip the scales.
Oh, 1 damage short.
There.
Come. Touching down.
Here's how it's done.
My turn.
Now that's strategy.
Yeah, we want to team up on this with some of the others, but... Or maybe we just body block this? As long as this guy can't target Olivia, we're probably fine. We need to find 38 more damage. Okay, 18. Which... Problem is that when a plus makes that really scary. So maybe we take down this with Sumia, finish this, body block, sort of that. This guy gets pulled on to fighting Sumia. These two can't reach because we're sitting just out of their attack range. Then Robin gets danced back here, Pan sits here and equips, so then Robin kills these two. These two probably attack Pan. And do nothing. Probably what we're gonna have to do. It shouldn't be too hard to body block. It's because we'll have Kellum and Church get in the way. Protect Olivia, and this guy doesn't have pass. Yeah, so I think that's what we're doing here. Okay, what do we have for Arc Thunder left? Not a ton, but it should be enough to have both Robin and Sumia toting it. And Arc Thunder is actually not quite enough.
I've got you.
Well, discounting crits. The Arc Thunder would have killed on a crit too, but we don't gamble on that. At least enough we can help it. And damn, kinda sucks to fall short like that, so we might not kill the General too then, we'll see. Although it shouldn't be too hard for Kellum or Trish to clean it up afterward.
It's all right. Face me.
And then Kellum can just go here at a body block. And we're going to leave... Yeah, we're gonna leave... Robin equipped, because the enemies should target Pan, who come out here, but these two can't reach her, so they're gonna jump on Robin and die. I kind of want to shuffle everyone closer to the middle, even though it's maybe not the greatest idea. Which means then Weaver is probably gonna get targeted instead by this Wyvern Lord. But I kind of want the option to be able to move further left if we need to. Granted, with Pan and Robin here, it's probably more likely we'll come back right. Alright, let's not overcommit. So really high speed and skill stats, yeah. Too bad. I'm assuming you're talking about Sumia. Because it's too bad her magic and strength isn't a little better. You're actually gonna... Seems kind of bad to use a physic for 4 health, but Sumia is gonna be kind of in the line of fire here, so we want to make sure she can keep ticking. I think that paladin can reach Anna. That's kind of why I was trying to scoot over. I wasn't sure if it was a paladin that would spawn on the left or general.
Come on.
So that could be a problem. If it has Luna Plus, it might kill. It might actually end up killing Anna.
We can do this. Are you alright?
If it happens to be a spear one.
Come.
Here's how it's done.
Probably should have listened to my instinct and paired her with Libra, even though I'd be losing out on a rescue.
Please stay strong.
Okay, he didn't have Luna, which is good. That would have been tragic. Alright, but now this is the last of the reinforcements. We kill this stuff and we're done. Aside from taking down Wolhard, of course. Counter. What's a counter? Then this paladin he kind of dicked off. I think we need to just clear out this right side. Both these have pass. So we basically want to make 6 kills here. Problem is, we basically need everyone up here to take care of this. Well, I guess we can sort of let this guy come in, but we need to kill these 4 in the very least. Seems really easy for Pan to just jump this guy. And then... Probably want to use this guy, have Sumia bounce off him, kill the Great Knight. Then leaves this general. Still gonna need at least one dual strike from, or I guess if we hit it with the Kiln, we just need the one dual strike from Chrome, but still a little scary.
You can do this. Looking for me? You alright?
You can do this. Face me.
Dick.
Close.
Careful now. And one for me.
Yeah, not having any stronger tomes left, definitely an oof. And I could use the Celica's Gale, but that's definitely gonna cost us in the long run.
On my mark.
Have to be careful of that. This is definitely kind of scary. What's Chrome gonna have? 2046. Yeah, as long as he dual strikes once, I guess.
As one. We're not done yet.
Also, we could crit.
Get ready.
Checkmate.
Yep. Alright, good night, Brain Cactus. Thanks for watching. If you're still happen to be watching, we're basically done at this point. As long as we get out of this next turn. Cut Life Taker. We're good with that for now. We may need to consider slotting it in at some point. Okay, this can probably be done. We just kill this guy with Robin. Kill these two with Sumiya, and then I guess these three with Sumiya and well, maybe we do double Sumiya plus Robin dance. I guess this guy is pretty. This guy's not weak enough though for kill him to finish him. Yeah, so I guess we'll just do. I guess probably Robin on the Tomahawk, Sumi kills these two, dance Robin up here, and then rescue out Olivia and Sumia.
We can do this.
Thanks.
Definitely used up at least half of that Dragonstone Plus, of course. Actually, these guys are both. Do you have enough rescue? Actually, do we even need rescue? If we... Yeah, if Sumia takes out this one, we don't even really need rescue. We heal her, I guess. But we use rescue for Olivia and Shush. And then this guy probably gets baited into Sumia.
It's all right. My turn.
Ha! Be gone!
My strength is yours.
Hey, for release!
Lots of crits going on. Yeah, I'll be out of range of that guy. Actually, does Pan need a rescue? She would take like 31 from this guy. I guess it would also depend on how if this guy can come after her after. Although neither of these guys have win a plus, so yeah, it would whittle her down a bit. So maybe.
You can do it.
Stall, why? Oof, we're actually gonna take counter damage from that. Shouldn't really matter otherwise, because no one else is gonna be able to deal damage, but that's annoying. So we're gonna take 34. We could just give Sumi a regular healing after. Because the spear's not gonna do that much. It's gonna do 24, but then the other enemies can't reach her. I probably don't want to be completely bleeding physics.
I've got you. Think again.
Also, she could just not get hit. Alright, good night, Mathematician. Thanks for watching. Have a good sleep.
After you.
Yeah, quarter camp too strong.
Checkmate.
We can do this. Together.
Yes.
They'll not get past.
Here's how it's done.
Got you now. Pay attention.
Wow, the double dual strike from Tiki. We're gonna fall back right now. True, maybe we'll bait the bugging on it with with Sumia. We probably don't need the Beast Killer anymore. Let's use some regular old Arc Fire. What level is Chrome? Man, Chrome didn't actually quite make it to level. Level 10. That's a thing, I guess. See if we can fix that here.
My strength is yours. Just have another. My turn.
Nice. That,
Amazing.
yes, I did get it from. Hooray! Paladin Chrome incoming. Yeah, so we are trying to actually build support ranks here with Wissa and Fred. So we're just gonna do some dumb crap like that. Doesn't matter if it doesn't do damage, it's still worth support.
Now or never. Together.
Time to tip the scales.
That was just something a little stronger in case of Aegis. Man, still can't deal damage to this guy. Yeah, Fire or 3 of them definitely spoiled us on the
Careful now.
stuff like aggro lines.
Try me on for size.
Level 5 Church. Like, she's not looking too bad. Who gets the... shiny tiles? I guess we're still trying to build T, but we should be at the next level already, so... Fredlissa, I guess? Seems a little weird, but I think that's what we're doing. Actually, we might still need the... Either we're using rescue or we still need a beast killer for initiating on the paladins. Or at least initiating on this one, getting rid of him. You can pull Woolheart all the way down afterward. Pan unfortunately didn't make it to Javelin, so I guess if we'd fight Woolheart directly with her, we're using the bronze lines. We are definitely gonna need to restock rescue. We use so much here. It's so bad. Also, we ended up using Fortify. That was definitely a rare sighting. Weapon proficiency. Not what we're looking for. As usual, still working on Libra and Olivia. But if we do it right, we should have Inigos by the end of chapter 20. Alright, there we go. Relationship improved. Hooray! Hello, Kanajo. Welcome to the stream. Okay, what was that, like 4 turns? There's 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. It was definitely a little iffy. I guess this Tomahawk's kind of free, although I'd like to get them out of position. So, like, I probably want to be... more like right here. Should have used Rally Magic. Actually, Rally Magic and Speed. I went through all that trouble and then I didn't actually use it. And, on Robin, but oh well.
You're safe with me. Are you alright?
Here's how it's done.
I will aid you.
Yay, more res. Tiki is accumulating experience quite slowly off of support kills now, though. Ooh, damn, these C support dual strikes.
I'll protect you.
You're finished.
Like, we're getting an awful lot of 47s, which is great.
They'll not get past.
Checkmate. Time to tip the scales. Stay with us. My turn. Hold on, I'm coming. Come on.
Nice.
Amazing.
Wow, very nice level. And more doing really dumb shit with Bradford. This should be really close to maximum for the map. Plus, it should be for the Sparkway tile, it should push us to B or not to A at this point, I think. Either that or over the halfway point. I'm not quite sure where our progress was. But it should push us to the point where one more map is almost definitive for the two of them.
Let's do this.
Bye, Wallheart. Bye, Wallheart. Hooray! That took a while.
No.
We did it. Yeah, so we're just gonna check the overworld map changes, but we're gonna leave supports until Sunday. Although I do want to double check to make sure. Yeah, that's... We did get the Tiki Bee. But I'm surprised. Yeah, well, see with Olivia it took as long as we did. It's a little weird. Rapier, Killer Axe, Short Axe, or Killer Lance, Short Axe. If it was on sale, I might have gone for the Short Axe. Kelm Church? Oh, actually, it's one that might actually matter somewhere down the line. But maybe. I guess they did build up a little bit in Yaren's Fairlog, so maybe that'll actually push them into the sea. Damn it. Thorjid getting a surge like that. Yeah, it did push them to sea, so I guess guess we got that one next time too. I don't think I've seen the Kelm Church Sea before, or line in general. Anyhow, okay, that definitely went more than a little bit over, but I was maybe slightly salty that Yaren's Paralog took a little bit, or took up so much of the stream otherwise. Alright, so that is going to be it for me for tonight, but we will be back on Sunday for, I guess, chapter 20. And maybe 21, I'm not sure. Well, wait, I was thinking the wrong person, or wrong pair. Yeah, because we're not getting Owens, we're getting Inigo's. So we might do Inigo's, that's kind of iffy. It's a bit of a scary paralog. But I guess we'll see. We'll see how we feel after chapter 20. Chapter 20 will be kind of a good assessment of how we're doing. And then, of course, from there, Wednesday, Friday, let's keep pushing forward. And I guess if we don't have too many more restarts or anything, we'll probably be done early May. We can move on to Radiant Dawn. So let's see if we've got anyone we can raid. There's no one in Awakening, aside from us, I think. Oh no, there is someone. A completely nondescript title. Cool. There's some threes that has this stuff, but none of this is particularly descriptive either. Let's rate the one person who's actually marked their run as a hard classic run. Alright, so yeah, we'll be back on Sunday for chapter 20. So thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you Sunday, and have yourselves a good night.